Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference and home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts, the Allen Institute, nor myself. It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, intimidation, electronic torture, and mind control in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their fears, hopes, strategies, and solutions for themselves, and to offer advice, support, and encouragement for one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another.
Thank you, bye.
So let us start this conference with a willingness to agree, to disagree, keeping in mind that it is much more important to support one another than for us to always be correct. Okay, we have some noise there going off the distance. Okay, is this Andy from Massachusetts?
Back to that again, huh?
Yeah.
Discussing.
Okay, one of the anonymouses, you have a problem with your audio. Okay, at 9:02, we're at 3 people already. And welcome to another great Wednesday episode of Targeted Massachusetts. And let me see. We've got Winnipeg, St. Louis, Randallstown, and Frank, Wireless Caller, Tracy, Andrew, and from St. Louis, Anonymous, Zilla, CPAL, Gertrude, Greg, Joe, Jordan Gerler,
Hey,
and
Frank.
Name. Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
What's happening, Greg?
A lot. I'll share it with you. I put in a call to you. I wanted to talk with you privately, but I guess you didn't have time to give me a call back. Did you get that message that I called?
Probably not the case. I have a spillover system because I get so many calls. So I probably just didn't get to you yet.
That's fine. You know, I figured, you know, you're sought after and, you know, you get so many messages and, you know, it's okay. It wasn't I didn't think you were blowing me off or anything.
Great. If you have something to share, you can go ahead.
Sure. All right. So this is the deal. And follow me, okay? Now remember the last time we chatted and I was doing this Q-tip testing. Do you remember that conversation? And you basically just said, yeah, you said it had no absolute technological value. And, you know, what I should have prefaced was it was a test. And I just wanted to see about the signal and how is it entering into the body and how is it travel. And because I'd never done that. You know, I sit in my home, I'm zapped all day, there's nobody here, you know, there's things flying around in the air that I can't see. And so I just said, there's a tech side to this and there's a logical side to this. There's a network on us, and it's connecting through a signal through the air. And so when you look at it from the basics, just that foundation alone, you start to plan against it. And so that was one of those tests. And what happened when I did that little Q-tip test with the Faraday wrapped around it, it hit a sweet spot in the ear canal passage. So in other words, if I take a regular Q-tip, even wrapped it with Faraday and just stuffed it in my ear, it's not going to block it. It's the passage, the air seeped through, the leakage. But when I used it, just swirling it around, trying to find a sweet spot, I caught it. And what happened was it sort of like decompressed my whole body. In other words, whatever electronics that they're using on my nerves to get access, it deflated my whole body. I mean, to the point where it just went down. Now, I have never had that.
I disagree with that, but
I'm telling you what happened. It's not what, I'm telling you what happened, Frank.
That's
all right. The difference. I'm not telling you theory. I'm telling you what happened. Okay? It's a difference. And this is my targeting.
Okay.
I'm telling you what happened.
Okay,
All
it
right.
is real target. And I've tried all those things probably 6 years ago now. But go ahead. Maybe something's changed.
No, actually, Frank, I believe nothing has changed. And this is what I'm getting out of these little tests, these little home tests that you could do. It doesn't cost money. Try to find the signal hitting you. That's the importance. Locate it. Try to see where it's hitting you the most. You gotta, it's going to be individualized. At least that's my opinion. Yeah, there's patents saying, the V2K, the signal hits the head first. Others say it hits the ear first. My theory is a combination of both. At least that's what I'm looking at. And so there's no, I don't feel like there's a universal way to attack it, but
What do those two areas have in common?
Which areas? The head and the ear, or what are we talking about?
Yes. What do those two areas have in common?
Well, those are the receptors, or how it hits you, how it connects to your body. Those are the two areas that are responsible for the network connecting to your brain. Really?
Okay, they both have in common the cochlea. Okay, and that is the target, however they get to it.
Say that again, Frank? Say that again?
The cochlea, which is your...
Right, the cochlea. Yeah, it's in the inner ear, yes. It's an organ in the inner ear.
There is also what is called an efference factor, and it is the difference between what your eardrum picks up and what your cochlea relays to the brain.
Right.
So there is a time lapse in there, and sometimes the perps use it to their advantage, along with many other.
So that's a good point. When I researched this, I was trying to find how does this thing travel. It hits you, and what's the next step? What's the next stage? That's what, we're not getting a lot of information on in terms of the signal hitting our body. Where does it go, and how does it connect on a relay back to that network, that AI network? That's where I'm at right now, trying to make sure that I guess from what I'm learning is that it's different for each individual. That not everyone is going to be the same, but there is a foundation to it. Now, I've sold networks. That was my background. I sold IT networks to big companies. And the one thing I learned from network architecture is that there's a front end and there's a back end. The front end was always connectivity. The back end was always the network. This is the same principle. Same exact principle. The only difference, there's a human being involved, and there's a skull and a mind involved.
Is this a Unix network, or?
It could be any kind of network, an MPLS network, any kind of collaborative network, IP network. They all have the same architecture. It's just a matter of you as the client. What do you use it for? What kind of data are you streaming? What is your packet delivery system based on in your company? So, everyone is different, but the foundation is voice and data right there. Which, this is what it is. This is exactly what it is. It's just
okay. Well, thank you very much for the information, and thank you for the clarification as well, because it's one thing to have information hanging out there, but it's another to have clarification from the individual.
Right. I agree. So I'm on a mission to break the hack, Frank. I'm on a mission to break the hack. I'm sorry?
Well, I hope you break it. I
am going to break. I'm going to break it, and I'm going to share it with everyone. I'm buying inexpensive products to drown out this signal, and I got a few techniques that I'm going to try, because I tried some things in my house and it worked. It's just that it came back. So now I'm focusing on how do I keep it down and off. So I'm going to test a few things. I would love people to join me, and even people just say, "Hey, help me." This is a test for me, but I'm sharing the techniques and say, "Hey, what do you think?" It's all about a brainstorm. There's a lot of intelligent people on these calls, and everybody's got ideas. We're thinking out of the box here. That's the key. We are thinking out of the box. And personally, I'd rather be doing this than to try and live comfortably with this shit, which is what I'm guilty of, and probably the rest of us. We all have our efforts in trying to stop it, but we get comfortable after a while and say, hey, whatever I can protect myself at night with, and that type of thing. But get on a campaign and let's get this shit off. Excuse my language.
Sounds good. Hi, Ann. Did you want to speak? Oh, Ann. Oop, she's gone. Okay, we've got 37 people at 9:12, so people are starting to float in, and that's fantastic. God bless you all, and welcome to the conference. Oh, there's Ann. Ann, did you want to say something? She might be trying to. She has a really hard time with her phone system. She is a TI that gets totally blocked off from her network or her internet access, whatever you call it. But that has to be investigated.
Anything in America, Steve?
Lasered in America. How are you doing tonight? Okay, we've got Rochester, New York. We have anonymouses all over the place, joining and leaving. Oh, hey, okay, would anybody like to come up and grab the mic and share their story? Or share, as Greg did, his experimentation?
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Frank?
Go ahead, sir. That's
my
me.
name's Sean. This is my first group conference call I've ever made. I've been going through this for about since 2017, and I'm trying to get some answers to what I can do to help. right now my life is being destroyed. I'm being stripped away from my daughter. I live alone. I got a cat, and I really can't handle daily life. I don't know what to do. I've been doing this. I've been in the psych ward like 15 times. I haven't been in the psych ward since April, but I don't want to go back. Is there anybody that can give any advice to me?
Yeah, I can give you some. It's something you might want to try. Are you familiar with AC wiring at all?
AC wiring?
Yeah, like a common receptacle in your house.
Yeah. I was an electrician for 4 years in the military.
Okay, well, go after the green or bared, and go after the white or common, and take the positive lead from a tone generator of your choice, hook it to the common, and take the negative and put it on the real negative, which would be the green or bared.
In my apartment?
Yeah, try it.
My apartment is wired up by electrical wires from my landlord. So I could try it, but...
Try it, just on one plug. The white common is actually a ground that runs back to the point of origin of the electricity.
Yeah.
The bare ground, or the green, goes to ground on the property. And I just got reminded of it by Neil from, actually his call, Neil Chevrier. And it's something that I'd mentioned a long time ago, and it's something that he had done 20 years ago. But something we should probably bring up and try again.
What will this do? Exactly.
If you use a tone, any tone, and go up half a step, like say a D to a D sharp, or a C to a C sharp, etc., you're going to create a discord, and you're going to send that through the AC wiring in your home. And what you want to do is see what it does to the V2K. Because if you'll notice, the V2K seems to be sitting all around your home, associated with wiring. So it's just worth a try. I'm not saying it's positive, but just give it a try.
Sounds good. We're just having a really difficult time right now because it seems like everybody in this world is against me right now, you know?
Yeah, well,
but the gang's talking.
We're all for you right here.
I know, but everybody in my life, even my father, the one that doesn't seem affected the most by subliminal messages is the mother of my child, but I don't know what, I'm kind of new to all this. I've been going through it, but I just found targeted justice online a few weeks ago, and I just started doing research on it. So I'm new to this, but I'm trying to learn.
Okay, do you have anything on in the background, or is it Rochester, New York?
Who, me?
Okay, I see what's going on. Rochester,
I don't have anything in the background. I'm in my bed.
Yeah, I see what's going on. Okay, yeah, continue. It sounds interesting. You're brand new, and you're brand new to this conference, so you've got the floor.
Well, first it started with me. I started to use drugs, and then I started to hear voices in 2017 when I was on methamphetamine. And then they made me lose my job of 2 years. I walked out of my job because I was hearing voices and I didn't know what was going on. They were talking about personal information of mine. So I walked out of my work, and I never went back. And I had money saved up, but I ended up losing my house, my truck, my job, and then funny story is the voices started to help me at some point. They helped me with my job, like my sleeping cycle for like 6 months. I was helped. My sleeping was better. I could concentrate better. I could read better, and the voices would make me laugh hysterically. And then I relapsed on drugs, and then everything went downhill. And that's when I started to lose jobs. What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's going to happen. How close are you to your partnership with drugs?
I've been 3 days sober.
3 days, good. Keep going. Think positive. Work on those 3 days. Make it 4. Make it 5.
But I can't focus on TV. I can't focus on TV right now. I think they're messing with my head, so I can't even watch TV. I can't do anything but lay in my bed at night, or lay in bed, and then I get up and I try and handle daily responsibilities, and then I'm forced to. I can do them for a little bit, but then I'm forced back home, and then I lay in bed.
What's going to be the solution for withdrawal? What's going to help you? Are you going to need methadone or something like that, or?
No, I'm stuck on my drug of choice is methamphetamine.
Okay.
So that's like the main one. I don't really do anything else anymore. I don't even smoke marijuana. But even the cigarettes, like when I smoke cigarettes, like my brain starts to hurt, and like I don't know, they're like destroying my life right now. Like they're maxing me out, like to the max. It seems like everybody out here in this world is like everybody avoids me. Like people are walking around with face masks. Like the CDC dropped the guidelines for the coronavirus, but there's a whole bunch of people walking around the streets with masks on, just walking down the street and clearly not, acting. They're acting. So it's all over the place, Frank, and I'm just like, they're kind of forcing me to either sit here in my apartment or go out and do drugs.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you something straight up. If you get deep drugs, they're gonna pound you around like a ping pong ball, because number one, you're not aware. You're dealing with withdrawal all the time. You're dealing with pain all the time, self-inflicted by the drug, some of it. You're pounding the hell out of your heart. You're racing your heart to its limit, probably. And it's something you can't do. You've got to check yourself in somewhere.
Would you suggest I check myself in? I'm not sure if I could stay because of the V2K. I'm not sure if I could stay.
You'll be able to handle it.
Well, Frank,
ahead,
if I could talk to him, I had someone in my family that had that problem and so forth.
Same.
Yeah, you can't sustain yourself by using, things like that. You just can't keep it up, and it's going to catch up with you,
I understand. Yeah. I'm trying to quit. I'm sorry, my cat's in the background. I'm trying to quit. Like I have the want to quit. I'm not just saying that I want to do this, but it's just like I know that I need to quit because
you need to get away from the people. That's really important. Get away from the people. And you probably should get in a program and find out if you can get in a program. But I really hope there's some help out there. Yeah.
I have a question. Can you maintain your home and go on a program at the same time? In other words, do you have
an outpatient program?
Yeah.
I'm 100% rated by the Veterans Affairs, so I get $3,200 a month from them for schizophrenia, which is not schizophrenia, which is V2K, and I get $1,100 from Social Security for schizophrenia.
Okay, so you're all set. My advice, my only worry was you losing your home or apartment. So you can clearly check into a 90-day or, whatever it takes program to lose these drugs, because they will run you right into the ground with that.
Yeah.
Because
I understand that. I knew that. It's just like they're kind of forcing me to do. I feel like a lot of my people in my life are, every day I try and avoid these people, and I get 10 calls a day. It's almost like somebody setting me up, you know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a certain amount of paranoia that will go along with this, and I think you're starting to see that now. When you first enter the PERPS program, you are flooded with paranoia because, number one, naturally, you have never seen anything like this. You have never, ever experienced anything like this. So it stands to reason that you are going to have acute paranoia immediately. And the perps will just pour it on until you are afraid of your shadow. So you have got to stay with us. If you do go on a program, ask permission to join us, because this is another program. This is a program for TIs. So I encourage you. All right, I'm going to let you talk, and I'm going to shut up, and we're trying to see if...
I'm listening now. I've pretty much told the story. It seems like the gang stalking is 100% right now, because the roads are full of people. Like, they drive really slow in front of me all day long. People are turning in front of me. Everywhere I go, it just seems like the gang stalking is everywhere. I'm not sure. I know that the drugs, I need to stop the drugs. I already knew that coming into this, because the more I do drugs, the more they're going to, and they use the drugs. When you're on drugs, when I've been up for like 2 or 3 days, they attack me so hard with whatever they're using on my brain. It's just like I can't even stand up. I feel like I'm going to fall over, and then I can't even sleep. And then the days when I'm tired, like they don't even let me sleep. And it's just like I'm going through it right now, and I'm not sure exactly what to do. I know that quitting drugs is...
You can't even smoke cigarettes. I heard you say that, and I had to quit smoking cigarettes. I had to quit doing dope. I had to quit doing everything. I had to make water my drug. If you make water your drug of choice, you will see a difference in your targeting.
Okay.
Yeah,
I try and drink water as much as possible.
Good.
But I'm listening.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing you do. Like, start taking supplements and try to see that as a drug, because that's what I had to do. I had to start taking supplements instead of smoking a cigarette, and I'm still struggling with it. But my targeting has changed so much. Everything is so much better.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm willing to listen now, Frank.
I think, there's a lot of people who would love to give you suggestions, and
I'm willing to listen to them.
Take them one at a time.
Can I say something, Frank? It's D.
Yeah, go ahead, D.
All right. I hope you can hear me because I'm on my speakerphone on my iPhone. I am D Brooklyn TI in Brooklyn, New York. I'm going to shout you out, dude. I missed your story. It just came on like 10 minutes ago. But I'm in the chat talking, and one of the members in the chat just told me that you just got clean from meth.
Yes, sir. I've been like 2 or 3 days clean.
All right. Let me tell you a little bit about me. I am from the New York LGBT community, and
Okay.
I got caught up in the meth scene years ago. Um, I was doing meth in the LGBT community, and I used to do crack cocaine. I knew nothing about this targeting. I knew nothing about how they mess with my mind, mess with me. I mean, I was doing this stuff since I was a teenager. I'm 45 years old. I've been doing this stuff since the crack epidemic back in the early 90s and the late 80s. My methamphetamine started back when, I was caught up in 9/11. I worked downtown and, I got caught up in all the mess. So, I was doing meth before and I got on it after. But long story short, I want to tell you, I've been 15 years clean. I got clean in '06, and it was a lot of heartache. And right now, I'm in my mother's basement, and I was feeling so sad and depressed for a minute, and I just heard the last little bit of your story, and somebody in the chat had to let me know, like, yo, this dude is 3 days clean from meth. My congratulations to you. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be hard as hell because I had to go through it. And the way I went through it, I had to go through the mental health sector of the major hospitals here in New York City. And I was played with. I was played with heavy to the point that I had people in the hospital system literally trying to redirect me back into my own drug use. So what I want to say to you real quick, like one of the other members that just sit on the call, what helped me out was supplementation. I got on the supplements. I got on these calls. I listened to everybody's story. And I got into a 12-step program. I got thrown out of a 12-step program. I got back into another 12-step program, then got thrown back out of it. And the reason being is because of our targeting. I didn't know I was being targeted during me being at 12-step meetings. So right now, what I want to tell you is, one day at a time, keep coming back to these calls, keep listening to us talking to us, because I never thought I was going to make 15 years clean off of methamphetamine. I never thought I would. And, dude, right now, this is where I'm at. I'm unvaccinated, and because of my past methamphetamine abuse. Every time I look at any PSA for vaccines here, all across this country, I feel like I'm getting ready to slip up and go get high because I used to use IV drugs. And if you were an IV drug user, God bless you, and may the power and love of Jesus Christ hold you. I'm a Christian, so, I call on Jesus Christ. I'm telling you, messing something. So I just want to let you know, you have a whole bunch of people out here that's just willing to hold you up, and the way I've been doing it, and I'm not perfect. I slipped up a Frank's call last week on an open mic, but you just keep looking for good people to pick you up and just pull you through this mud. Word up. So I just want to tell you, you golden dude. You're not the only one out here, and you are blessed. God bless you for just having 3 days clean off the jump. Word up.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
Hey, thank you, D.
No problem, Frank.
That was really great. You see, what he needs is to hear that we are here for him, and that we encourage him to go into this program and to stay in touch with us while he is there. Because the biggest part of this that worries me is spending himself into the ground on meth. I don't even know how much the stuff costs. I mean, I really don't. But I can see that anything that you buy is going to add up. But get into that program. What do you think, guys? We need somebody to come up and speak.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got.
Just keep moving forward, and you'll do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think too. Like when, sorry, this is Heather. I think that I'm from Ohio. You have to remember that you got 3 days, and I don't know how long you've been using. So your mind and everything that you're going through is really difficult. So, the last gentleman that had just spoken, that was great advice. It is hell, and you can get through it, and it is awesome that you do have 3 days in, and you have 3 days, and that's something to be really proud of. But on the other hand, you have to remember those side effects. We also have paranoia from what we're going through, and how we're attacked and how they come after us. And that is enhanced from methamphetamine. Once methamphetamine takes its course in your body, what I've experienced, I took it as a pill form, not in off the street, but again, it increases your paranoia once it gets to that point. And then if you are being targeted, from what I've experienced, I don't really know that much because I only have 1 year and 7 months in knowing myself, but they use that paranoia in your brain to do whatever they want you to do for whatever experimentation, whatever program we're in. Everyone's different. So you just got to think about that. And if you want to take some control of your life, you got to think about how serious this is and how long you've been using and all those things. It's just my advice. I'm not telling you anything. I'm just saying that as far as methamphetamine goes, once you're addicted, from my experience in my body, that paranoia is just awful, and I can't imagine what it would be like, right now for you. So, my prayers are with you, and I hope that you get another day tomorrow, and you keep going and get the help that you need, so you can live a better life and get control of what's happening around you. So that's all I have to say.
I have some advice. Not to abruptly interrupt. I was just gonna say, I withdrawed from benzodiazepine, and that nearly killed me. It put me in the ED, and when I withdrawed from that, my targeting, it's like the people targeting me amplified the targeting, and I think if you can keep getting those days under your belt, and if you have the finances to do it or the ability to do it, I think when you're withdrawing, there's certain supplements like L-tryptophan and melatonin, GABA and L-tyrosine. I would look into supplementation, because I know there's a lot of supplements that can help the withdrawal be less serious. I think even magnesium, but I would go to Google if you have access to the internet and I would Google what type of supplements are good for withdrawing off methamphetamine, because they're out there. There are really powerful supplements that can make that transitioning off of a drug like that a lot smoother, because I cold turkeyed benzodiazepine. And I went into a serious withdrawal that resulted in me having a seizure in the hospital, because I didn't know that you can't just with.
I think that's one of the worst withdrawals. Benzodiazepine is one of the worst withdrawals.
Yeah, I didn't really know. The doctors just gave me that medicine, and it was like a month of hell on earth. I didn't know that. I didn't even really know what true withdrawal was. That you can't, those type of drugs, you just can't stop taking them. But yeah, I mean, I think another good thing is kind of like what people are saying, water. Get some fresh produce, look into plants that are good for detoxing, greens, and I'm sure there's really good plants or super green food that might help clean the body. But then I think for the brain, omega-3, like tuna, salmon, and red meat could really help. Eat like if you can, eat like some salmon in the evening, and take those supplements and incorporate greens in it. I think the main thing, though, like everyone's saying, because I've known some people who are addicted in their life, and I've gone to NA meetings and AA meetings, but I'm not like I didn't go for like 10 years, but I've gone off and on like throughout the years. I haven't been in a while, but I think it's the whole key is being able to establish that sobriety. That's the hardest step. Is just keep acquiring those days under your belt, and having support from the community and people. That's I think that's a real big key in it, because you don't want to be alone throughout that. Like, you want to maintain a social connection with people and just keep getting those days of sobriety under your belt. And once you get like a month, it's like a real major thing. It's just, I think that's the hardest part, is actually having that willpower and that ability to not relapse and actually get some substantial amount of days under the belt. But yeah, I would look into supplements.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you fall off the wagon, just get right up and get back on the wagon. Don't think that, oh shit, I fell off. Just get right back up on that wagon and forget it, and just continue your days. Just scratch that day off the calendar.
Well, I was like 2 weeks sober, and then I went on like a 3-day binge, and I've been 3 days sober now. So.
Let's get to the 4th day. That seems to be when the withdrawal hits, I guess. Do you have anybody close that you can talk to?
My aunt seems to be the best one, but I don't really talk to her that much. My family, they just want me to either get clean or go to rehab. And I've already done rehab before, and I'm really not trying to go through it again, because I might, if I relapse again, then I probably will go. But right now, where I'm sitting right now, I know I can't do it alone, but I don't want to go back to a 90-day program or a 5-week program or anything like that I've done in the past. I already know what they're going to say, and I know what the classes are going to say, and I'm just not trying to hear it again, honestly. I've done it 3 times. I know sometimes it takes multiple times, but
the power is within you anyways. The power is within you. If you want to do it, you can do it sitting at home. I know it's painful, but the end result will be worth it.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely quitting the drugs. It's going to happen. I believe my daughter means more to me than the drugs, so.
I know how it is. Like, I'm an addict, but like, I sat in isolation. Like, the program, it makes you isolated, and then you'll use drugs after sitting in the house alone for 2 years. Like, of course, it's easy to slip up once in 2 years in depression and isolation, but maybe we can get to a point where that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
We've got wonderful people on this conference right now. And you should start sharing phone numbers and email addresses and stay in touch with these people. These people, myself included, have been through hell. And you're going through hell. So we all have a lot in common here. One thing that we have in common right away, we're all targeted individuals. And it's not just us. It's big people in the movie industry, recording industry. It's hit everywhere. And now it's starting to hit all around the world at our government employees. But they seem to exclude everyone else. Well, I got some encouraging news. We'll see if that happens. But keep talking. I don't mean to cut you off. I start babbling. You got to tell me to shut up. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was listening. Honestly, I'm about ready to go to bed here shortly. I'm tired, and I have to go to court because I caught a case at 11 o'clock in the morning. So I might get off, but I'll definitely call back next Wednesday if that's fine, Frank.
Well, if you can make some contacts here right now.
Yeah, I'll do that. Hold on, let me get up and get a pen and get a piece of paper, and I'll write some numbers down, and I'll give my number out also.
Okay, that sounds great. If you give your number out, I think there's a lot of people, particularly some very compassionate women on here that will call you. And probably Dee will call you. I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Because,
that'd be nice if Dee called.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to find a pen.
Yeah, he comes on here every once in a while, and he's been a regular lately, once again. But he's been through some hell. My phone number is 508.
Hold on one second, Frank. I'm looking for a pen in my trunk drawer.
I'll take your time.
Frank, let me know that there's calls on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday because he only thinks it's Wednesday.
Well, we have Monday.
Well, I just saw it on Targeted Justice, on targetedjustice.com that this one was on Wednesday. I saw there's more, but I just saw Wednesday and I called. So
okay. Monday. Okay, this Friday we have coming up, and Thursday Ella Free is on, and Saturday they have the Saturday night call, the Saturday night safe call, and Ella is that, as far as I know, unless it was given up. I'm not sure. I don't have any news on that. But there's a call every night of the week. There's a call, and there's Tuesday prior to Ella's call. Janie has a call. Janie W. from New York. So we've got a lot of people at a lot of different times. And we try not to step on each other's toes. In other words, Ella starts at 9, bang, everyone else is off. That's the way we play it, you know?
Okay. Well, I'm willing to give out if you guys are ready for my number, I can give out my number or I can take numbers. It's up to you, Frank.
Well, we'll see who wants to, hold on, let me grab my book. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Okay, what's your first name again?
Sean, S-E-A-N.
Okay, and your phone number?
234-417-5422.
Okay.
You don't scare me, 707. There's nothing that you can do that can frighten me. Like I said, take me out. I get eternal life. So, it's up to you. I don't really care. It's on you, not me.
I didn't catch that.
I'm sorry. That was my neighbors that torment me upstairs above me.
Okay.
I just had a really terrible incident prior to calling, and I'm really proud of myself that I was able to to be able to get myself together and get on this call. So I just am really grateful that you're available and that I can hear other people's stories because, like I said, I don't mean to cut anybody off, but, this is really difficult for me right now because I'm being attacked, mainly from entertainment industry, of course, but they're using a lot of weaponry. And I have geometrical shapes all over my body, burn marks all over my body. They're burning me, lasers, you name it. They have the whole entire apartment rigged up. We got ultrasound sonar coming. I would imagine through the apartment that I'm living in, like the gentleman before, they have gotten me to the point where I'm living in low-income housing, and this is not a place where anybody wants to be. And I feel as though that this is a hub for some kind of experimentation, of all kinds of things. I've experienced it, once you understand what's going on, and then you're able to see it happening to other people next to you, and they don't know. So it's just very interesting, and it's just like the first guy that was talking. It gets so hard, It's just, and you have to. I mean, where I'm living at, I'm being attacked so bad. Even the property manager is in on it as well. You gotta, and then I have done everything possible to try to get somebody to help me. And then at this particular low-income housing where I'm at in Ohio, there's been several suicides. People have jumped off the building. The last email that I had sent was sent in just out of frustration, which I call them the Gestapos. They want you to be that way. So I had sent this email to corporate, to this person that I had, that I've been dealing with, to record everything. Like, basically, it's just leaving that paper trail for me. Like, I don't care how many times I call the police. I don't care if you laugh at me. I don't care whatever you do. You're going to take down my report, and you're going to take it down. And sooner or later, something's going to click here. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not making this stuff up. But what they did was they put me in the psych ward because I was so frustrated. And I had, in my frustration, created a draft email, and in my frustration I just clicked send, and lo and behold, they can take control over your phone. And then on that email I went to unsend it on Gmail, and it was impossible to get back that email. And then I sent that email on a Thursday night, and at 9:30 on a Friday, I get the police at my door saying, sorry, I got to take you in. You put suicide. I said that maybe suicide and the media will shed light on the story. I never said that I was going to commit suicide. I never said that I had plans to commit suicide. So they put me in the psych ward. And then on top of that, I go into the psych ward, and again, I am, attacked. White girls, literally in the hospital, where I feel as though that they set me up for that, just to see how I would react to what was happening to me. So here I am in the psych ward. I'm living in hell. We've all been through it. I'm just beginning. But and then I get into the psych ward, and it's like they set me up in the psych ward. I go in, I am, bombarded with the most violent woman you could possibly ever get stuck with. And then all around me, there's about 3 or 4 of them. White girl's going to get killed. White girl's going to get killed. They have this guy walking around mumbling and jumbling, in the midst of everything. And then I have another person over here telling me about Divergent, N2K, V2K, and, they're saying all these other things. And and you could tell that they were being fed. And then also on this particular psych ward, which is great, they have a place where you can actually go outside. So outside, I don't know if anybody has ever been, seen the drones and the way that they have laser precision. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody?
I have not seen a laser in Massachusetts. I don't know why.
Well,
not a laser.
Maybe I'm
drone.
wrong. I'm not sure where it comes from, but I end up with all these burn marks all over me. But when I was in the hospital, I did see the drone that just went over and just vanished. And then when I take my dog out at night, and if it's at 5 o'clock in the morning, if it's still dark out, there'll be 3 drones right around me, so I got to be really careful of that. But basically what I'm saying is that I go into the psych ward, okay, and they thought that I would be escalated to, frustration of being there. I had already called it. I was on James' conference call, and I'm like, I'm surprised they haven't put me in the psych ward. And guess what? From that phone call conversation, I ended up in the psych ward after that, And like I said, they really set me up in the psych ward. But again, as far as controlled environments go, I'm okay with that. I get it. But, out in the real world, it's a lot harder, that what I have to deal with and how I can overcome it. Like now I'm like, the oscillating in my ears, you need to turn that down. I've had so many things that have happened to me. And, after a year and 7 months now, I have lost my car. I lost my credit rating. I lost everything, but it's okay. I can get it back, but it's still a daily struggle. And the previous woman talking about the isolation, that's where they got me right now. And then with the V2K and all the other things that are going on, the confusion that they put your mind through, and then you don't have any clarity whatsoever. So it's just been hard, and I'm sorry to take over, but I just had to call the police and make an incident report because of, the gang stalking and the things that they do, and how they're able to use people as pawns in this game that they're playing with us, or whether it's experimentation or whatever it may be. It's just very difficult all the way around. So thank you for letting me talk.
Sure. Scylla, can you take the comm for just a couple of minutes? I just got to make some coffee.
Sure, Frank.
All right. Thank you so much.
Could I say something to, I believe his name was Sean, if he's not, you said he was going to bed, but I wanted to tell him if he's interested in prayer, that there is something called Awakening Prayer on Monday night, and then on Tuesday night there's a study going on. But if he's interested in people who pray, they would be very happy to pray for him. And the number it's at 5 o'clock on Pacific time. The call-in number is 605-562-0400, and then the PIN number afterwards is 766-0364 #. I'm not sure if he's still on, but he said he was tired and going to bed. So
that was nice, Lonnie. Thank you.
Right. That's for anybody who's interested in prayer.
Thank you for doing that. That was nice. Are you on the chat, Lonnie?
No, I'm not. I'm just on the phone, and I came in late, so I didn't hear the whole whole thing anyway.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm going to speak up and ask a question. And maybe other people have gone through this. If they do the V2K and they basically tell you that they're going to push you around or you will take orders, you can ignore that. But then when they hit your foot or your back or anywhere, it impedes sort of what you're going to do or what you're doing, and sometimes it's hard to brush off. Can anyone share what they do in an instance like that? I guess get the shielding out or something?
If you have shielding, yes.
I would use your shielding.
Yeah. Yeah, I can feel my heart rate has gone up, or at least it feels that way. And they hit me in the. They kept hitting me, so I'd have a gassy stomach. I've already gone to had to go to one gastroenterologist. Yeah, I don't know why this is doing that. Gastroenterologist. Yeah. And yeah, I guess just any suggestion. Yeah.
Sometimes I use ice packs. I put them right on top of my head.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to help you. It does a little bit. Sometimes I put them. They used to give me the high blood pressure. I used to put the ice pack right on my heart, right on my chest. I don't know if that'll do anything for you. It helps a little bit.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'd have to get in the car and I'd go down to our local CVS pharmacy and, it's a store as well, and just kind of walk around and buy something, some ice cream or whatever. But just to, they're open 24 hours. So, I mean, I'd be there at 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes, Just it's only like a mile and a half from where I live, and get in the car and take a little drive. That's not always the best thing to do, but in the summer months and spring and fall, it's still warm enough.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't know. I know it's tough.
Hi, it's Ann from St. Louis. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Ann.
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to welcome. Do you pronounce your name Sean? I just wanted to welcome you to our call. I'm on the support list to help other targeted individuals. I got your number and I just sent you a text. I have V2K really bad also. I'm 48 years old. I've been a targeted individual pretty much my entire life, but I've had V2K really, really bad since 2005 forward. And I enjoy helping people a whole lot. So feel free to call or send a text anytime. This is for anybody. But you are among a lot of supportive people. You will get a lot of help and comfort here. You really will. I've been attending these calls it'll be 3 years in December.
And did you give out your phone number?
Oh, yes, absolutely, because we really all need to try to come together, especially at a time like this. All right, my number is 314-325-2394. And this is for anybody. I'm here. I'm a great listener. I've been going through the V2K. I know what it's like, and V2K is a very serious thing that I'm not afraid to expose.
Thank you, because sometimes I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't know how to get in touch with you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, is Frank still with us?
Oh, God.
Because I don't know if on the website there's still the list of support people where my number is in case you lose it.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't check there.
Okay. I can't even think. Shame on me. Can't think what part of the website it's on, but there's like a couple of people on there that want to reach out to other targeted individuals. But I want to commend you on your 3 days of sobriety. I wish you many more 3 days. And as long as you have somebody to talk to, we'll do anything we can to help support you any way we can. You have a lot of support and comfort coming your way. I know it took a lot of inner strength for you to come and tell your story tonight. Did we lose Sean? Anybody still here?
I'm here from Rochester, New York.
Hi. Okay,
Hi.
I lost everybody there for a minute. Did we lose Sean?
I think Sean was a different person. Sean was the young man who called
Yeah,
in.
the new person. Okay.
And there was
excuse
me. The woman, I don't know her name, but it's not Sean, apparently.
I know.
The woman you were talking to is different.
I know. I didn't know if Sean was listening about my testimony about how I've had V2K since, like, really bad since 2005, but I've been a targeted individual all my 48 years.
Uh-huh.
And this V2K is horrible.
I guess my hurt would be for everyone that's experienced this. It's like, I'm to the point where I'm so exhausted from fighting them. And it's like you either go along with it or it's even worse. And that's one of the hardest parts for me to distinguish of now being a targeted individual after a year and 7 months and knowing exactly what I've gone through the calls and stuff. It's that question is like, if if I fight them, fight the process that I'm going through, it's worse for me. So it's also weird to understand. And again, it's like for me, I used medical cannabis, and I was on a controlled substance, methamphetamine, and I, like the other guy, the benzodiazepine. So I really think that has something to do with it as well, because of the controlled substances that I, took. But I don't know how to distinguish what I should do in these situations, because, like, at one point, like, I'm getting one thing, and they'll say, oh, we'll protect you, and this and that, and yada, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And then I have to face, the fiery arrows every single day when I go out. And, again, it's really, really difficult to distinguish what I should do, what's the right thing to do, because when you fight against them, it's even worse for me. Does that make sense?
That's pretty typical, because I don't take I'm not going to take the V2K, so it's natural for them to crank it up, because that's what it is. A lot of it is an experiment to see how much you could put up with before you just have had it mentally, physically,
right,
otherwise. So there are tactics that you can do. It's so naturally they're going to come back with it harder, but don't let that stop you. I don't let them stop me. They can microwave the hell out of me right here if they want to. I'm not going to back down. I refuse to back down.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. It's just I just don't know how to distinguish anymore. I'm just so new to all of it, and it's just frustrating all the way around.
I know.
So I try to be positive, and then when you're positive, it really bothers them. You know, if you try to, they get you into that angry place where they really want you to be. So your behavior will change. Exactly. And then I am a Christian, just like the gentleman before. I believe in Jesus Christ. And, you know, I have a strong faith in God, and I believe in the things that they said about the water. The water is good for shielding and stuff, but it only can do so much. But again, it's like, do you fight them or do you go along with them? I mean, I'm not sure which is the best way to like think about it for me at this point.
Definitely strategize, because this is a war. You don't want to curl up in a ball and just let them run your life, because they'll do it. I've been helping some targeted individuals that are so sick from this V2K that I don't know what's going to become of it. It's a hard one to get on top of. Anything you can do so you can get any kind of quality sleep, that's going to be issue number one to strategize for. I know it's hard to ignore them. I know it is. So that's why I have different modalities. If you get some earbuds or earplugs or some music or something to, the best way to do is distract as much as you can. It's not going to turn the VTK off. That's not going to happen, but it's going to make you less aware of it. And the idea is if you have kind of an arsenal of tools in your V2K toolbox, it's like, take that, targeting, take that. I'm not going to put up with it. You're not going to work me into a space where I'm going to lash out in anger and get locked up. No, that's what they want.
Right. Yeah, it's
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead. Hi.
Can I step in real quick?
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kat from Rochester, New York.
Hi.
Have you guys heard of the for the V2K? Have you guys heard of the controlled breathing method?
Oh yeah, controlled breathing, where they grab your breathing. Oh yes, I have it all the time.
No. They've done that to me too. That's not what I'm talking about. Have you heard that if you control your breathing while they're using certain things on you, that it makes it unreadable on their computer?
That's not good. It's just the opposite of that. What they do is try and capture your breathing, and if they do capture your breathing, then they can control it. So try to stay unconscious of your breathing, please, because if you are conscious of your breathing, you're going to be conscious of it all the time. You're going to be conscious of it when you walk upstairs. You're going to be conscious of it when you're carrying bags, and they'll take advantage of that, and they'll squeeze it, and they can. Okay, I can.
No, what I'm saying is that it's supposed to help it. It's supposed to help.
Does not.
It does.
No,
it does not.
No, reverse that one right away. They get control of your breathing, and they'll even tell you, "Oh, we got his breathing," and what they will do from there is see what actually, they can play stupid too, but they will try and control your breathing to the point where you can't do a damn thing. And I fight it. I fight right through it. But you can too. Just keep on going. You know how I found out? I'll tell you. I found out because I was approaching a snowbank. Okay, so I was getting ready to, walk up over the snowbank, and my breath started getting short. I'm saying, what the hell is this? And so they screwed up. Instead of making my breath short after the snowbank, which I still wouldn't have accepted. They made it short before the snowbank. So, I mean, it's little things like that. You can catch them. But they can try and get a hold of your breathing. So it's a good idea to forget about your breathing if you can. Try not to listen to them when they're drawing attention to it, because they'll kill you on stairs. And it won't be them so much as you. Your body is, your brain is an expert at controlling the exact amount of air that you need. Okay? All right, I can't compete with that. Okay, Anon, I can't hear you. Jack Ryan, good evening. I see where it's coming from. I think that should do it. All right, Catherine, your microphone is messed up. Give me a call. No. Catherine. Damn.
Oh.
I can't think of her last. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know that I was back, but we had a noise difficulty. Go ahead. Anon, you can speak now, because I thought it was you, but it's not. Okay, it is you. 2. Okay, we've got Yvette, Trent, Akron, Ohio, Redding, California, and Nancy up in the active area. That's what I'm saying. What happened to everybody? We have 70 people here. And we've got people with a lot they want to share, I'm sure. I see we've got a crew from New York. We've got people from California. We've got people from everywhere. And we do have people from Spain. We have people from, what's the other country? Very close. I'm trying to picture the map. We've got a whole bunch of people here, and it's been a great call so far, and we've got a lot of work to do. We've had one gentleman. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, just got on here and was listening in. I'm really being impacted by this this announcement in the news of all this Havana syndrome stuff. Particularly because, I mean, I've been active, I mean, knowingly targeted for a year now, and fighting horrendous physical debility that's come from it. And it took me this long for it to dawn on me after doing a bunch of research this week and talking to other TIs about it that I fit Havana syndrome perfectly, and I'm sitting here kind of in shock, going, "Hey, I've got this. They've done it to me, but it's untraceable." And it's been kind of just a battle of attempting to see if there's any kind of treatment. And
okay, somebody's breathing right into their phone. There is a countermeasure that they have developed for the diplomats. It's called capital M, capital X, lowercase E-N-E. I have a lot of information, and I'm gathering more information on it. And it is supposed to be platelets of carbon that are absorbed by a fabric and prevent these attacks from getting through. Now what we have to do is persuade the company to sell it at a reasonable price to us for experimentation purposes. And that's what I'm working on now.
Great idea.
Yeah, well, if they have allocated so much money to this company to develop this product just for the diplomats, it would seem logical that it would be great for us. And if it is, there's just going to be one massive rush down to the post office for me to get samples out to everybody.
Okay. I'm just throwing my line out there because I'm still kind of in shock over realizing that I have those things. And I was reading. There's a guy named Mark. His last name is Paul Amoropoulos. Some people might have seen him on the news. He's one of the CIA guys that got hammered with it in Havana. He was forced to retire early, and I think he's even had to give up driving, and he's had a headache for 3 years nonstop. And it's his case actually.
That's the CIA agent. The CIA agent, I think, was attacked in Australia. If it's the same man, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was. I may have read it wrong. My brain isn't perfect anymore, but yeah, that's possible. But he I guess he even had to give up driving, and he's writing books now and stuff. But it's so weird to have a name to put on what I'm going through, and it's the only thing I've ever found that matches. And of course, it overlaps perfectly with symptoms of a concussion that never went away, and trying to prove it or get medical help is another story. But I'm just hoping I can find something that makes sense. I've called clinics all over the country and a few of them have treated treated Havana syndrome, but very few, and most of them are not finding adequate treatment. And I can see their frustration because it has affected me cognitively so much that I'm just astonished, and I figured it would go away by this time, being many months down the road, but it's not. And so I don't know, this is...
What is your name?
My name's Joseph.
I'm Melissa. Hi, Joseph. I'm Melissa. So,
hi there.
Well, hi, and I'm sorry you're having to deal with this. And hopefully this is a safe place to land for you. But we haven't really been able to come up with anything that's effective because every time we do, they just turn it up. That's
what I'm worried about because, I've had people saying, well, take some countermeasures and do what people would do if they had a brain injury, which, that's basically what some clinics have told me. They said, you need to accept you've had a traumatic brain injury. And it's just like hitting your head on the windshield or something. And people are suggesting that there are things you can do, but that's kind of been my fear too, is that, it's not like it's a random accident that happened to me. This was very intentional, and I still don't know how it was done. I don't know if it was done through the wall of the house next to my bedroom or via the air or whatever. It just came on me overnight, and I've never been the same. And I was listening to a story earlier. It made me flip out so bad and sleep deprived for 2 months straight, and it landed me in a psych ward. And that's where I found out that I was being gang stalked. The way I was threatened with my life in there and all kinds of stuff. But that's kind of a side story now. But it's I just fear that if I tried to take whatever measures to counteract this, like you said, they're just gonna. There's nothing stopping them from nailing me again, and it's serious stuff. I learned about this from a guy. There's a guy named John in Arizona that has a conference call on Wednesdays, and he told me, hey, you sound like you've got Havana. And so I looked it up, and it's been such a eye-opening experience. And there's guys like him. I guess everybody gets it differently, but he drives for Uber and holds down a life and everything. And it's some people, I guess, get select targeting more than others with that stuff. I don't know, but it's completely shut down my life as far as any kind of functional work or daily activities. And it's really scary. I can walk and talk, but my cognition and my coordination are just really, really messed up. And I have not sought treatment because every time I do, the medical system wants to, I mean, they're already primed to tell me I'm imagining all of it and I need to be on schizo drugs. And it's just an agenda. And so I have just basically stayed away from doctors' offices because they're as far as I can tell, they're already handed a script to read to me of what they want me to be diagnosed with. And they will not listen to the fact that I'm telling them, no, I have a physical injury in my head. I need help. So
Joseph,
it's a very...
I got knocked offline. I'm so sorry about that. I was going to make a couple of recommendations for you, though, that will help reduce your pain. And that is, if you can go organic and start eating organic food, that's going to be helpful for your body. And then there's several vitamins and minerals that TIs have found helpful. And one channel you can look at is Look Out for Charlie. He's got some good recommendations about how to reduce the effects of these weapons. So that's all I was going to say. I'm sorry I got knocked offline. That was weird.
Oh, that's okay.
Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joseph.
Yes.
My name is Kat. I'm from Rochester, New York. They send me to the psych ward a couple times a year, and when they do, they gang stalk me in the hospital too. Did they do that to you too?
Yeah. Are you the one that was on earlier?
I started like an hour ago.
Yeah, I heard your story, and then I had to get away for a while. But I heard.
No, that wasn't me. No, that wasn't me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't tell my story today.
Oh, okay. It was someone else then. So I guess it's pretty common because that's what happened to me, you know. And I went in there. I had no idea I had been hit with, At first I thought it came out of the blue. I thought I was just flipping out or having some nervous blowout or something. I didn't know what was happening to me. And then I thought someone had poisoned me with drugs or chemicals. And I believed that up until a week ago. So I started realizing this Havana thing had happened. But yeah, they sleep deprived me so bad that I did I lost my mind after a couple of months that I went in the hospital to try to get sleep help. And they took 30 hours to prepare the psych ward for me, and I just laid there in the emergency room doing absolutely nothing, just laying there. And I wondered why, and then I got in there, and I woke up in the morning, and I discovered that I didn't know what gang stalking was, but I discovered those people were definitely, the place was staffed with perps to harass me. There were fake patients in there, and nobody would believe that.
Yep, I believe you. And it happened to me all 7 times that they have hospitalized me. The fake perp cops pick me up. The fake ambulance picks me up. They bring me to a real hospital, but it's a fake wing in the hospital that they don't use anymore. And then, and then the perpetrators follow me in there, and they gang stalk me, and they act like patients.
Okay, that's a split here. Okay, fake cops, fake ambulance.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. I'm not even close to kidding.
I'm not kidding.
The perpetrator cops pick me up. The perpetrator ambulance picks me up. The perpetrator cops escort me there. They bring me to a real physical hospital, but once I get into the hospital, it's not a wing that they normally use. That's like out of the way, a wing that they don't use no more, that's like set up like a stage, and the doctors are in on it, and the patients are in on it, everyone's in on it. So I know exactly what this guy's talking about, because it happened to me every single time I went.
It took me a while to figure what was going on. I was so confused anyway and sleep deprived, and they it just was, I'd never been in one of those places, and I'd never had a reason to be. And at this point, I realized I was basically tricked into being there by being driven out of my mind by what they had done to me. And they may have poisoned me with drugs too. I don't know.
Yep.
They were insinuating in there. Yeah.
Okay. This happened at the very beginning of your targeting?
The beginning of my conscious targeting. I realize now that there's been a lot of prankish stuff going on for years as far as being stalked on the road with my cars and things that I chalked up to be just too many crazy drivers. But yeah, this was, when I got in there, I started realizing, this was at the beginning of my known targeting, and I realized, within a day that I was in there, it's like, okay, something is not right with this place. They're treating me like I'm some dog off the street.
Yeah.
And they immediately began convincing me that I was hearing voices and that I needed to be on schizophrenic psych drugs. And I was not hearing voices at all. I was sitting in my room quietly praying because I didn't know what to do. I was locked in there, and they picked up on that real fast, and they just kept on pushing my my supposed voice hearing experience. And when I got out of there, I was threatened with my life a couple times in there. They charged down the halls, and I don't know if they really were going to do something or if it was just a threat. But I just begged and begged to be released, and that's when they backed off and let me out. And but the world I came out into was a different world. I started realizing, okay, my own blood family is treating me completely different. They're being very hostile towards me after I've been through this experience. And then I realized, you know what? People in the world are treating me differently. They're running me off the road. They're harassing me in stores. They're bumping into me. They're all the street theater and junk. It took me months to actually get on the internet and figure out what this whole organized stalking thing was. And then my eyes were open. So that's how it's been ever since. But I've been, I went from somebody who spent my whole life outside, working, riding my bike, whatever my body would do. I've been locked in my house for a year, and it's not just because I'm scared of gang stalking. It's because I'm completely changed in the way that. Yeah, and it's more than that too. Yeah, they've isolated me from everybody. If I hear from my old friends, they're very, very antagonistic towards me, and I've never done a thing wrong to them. And the worst part, I think, is just I don't have the brain to fight it. I mean, I probably sound okay over the phone, but I am absolutely so fog-brained and uncoordinated from this electronic pounding that I got. And it's just like these Havana people described. I mean, even to the point where I can't take the sunlight in my eyes. They become very light sensitive. They become very dizzy. They're uncoordinated. I lost my smell and taste completely for a while, and I have permanently lost some of my hearing and sight. And this is like overnight in a few weeks' time. So it's not just a function of getting old or anything. I had taken care of myself really good over the years with organic food and living the laws of health, and I was in a pretty good state before they did this to me. And so they've undone all that progress, and I guess here I am today going, okay, I'm watching my life come apart. I never knew there'd come a time in life where I didn't even want to get in my car and go someplace and deal with all this garbage. So
Joseph,
hi. How old are you?
My name is Kim.
How old are you?
I just hit 56, and this started right when I hit 55.
Joseph, what you're saying is...
Did you say you live in New York City?
Where are you from? Arizona?
No, I'm from Northern California.
Okay.
Oh.
What you're saying is absolutely true. Do you know why you're being stalked? Maybe you know too much, or you know something they don't want you to know, or...
There's a number of reasons I could pick, and yet it's really weird because I know people that are just complete activists with websites and lectures and everything else. They don't get hit like this, but I mean, people have said even if I've done stuff like mean, some stuff like investigate the weird fires that always. I'm right where most of these fires that you hear about up here start right in this county I live in, and you've been besieged by them. One of them started. I watched it. The one last summer I watched start the dog fire. I watched it start from my backyard, literally, just right out across the field. And I've done some investigation of the fires, and I didn't make an activist thing out of it. I just checked it out, or they decided to put a big cell tower behind my house out in the country, and I protested that against Verizon. And there's been times to harass me, I've protested it, and people say that even stuff like that can instigate the wrath of this program. And there's a couple other things in my life I could suspect too, but the truth is I don't really know exactly. And it's really odd because my friends that now are really weird around me, they do little mimicking and street theater things around me that they never used to do, and they know it gets under my skin, and they'll pretend they're my friends like they used to be while they're doing this irritating stuff. And it's like,
they're not your
I don't know what
they're not your friends anymore. They're getting paid.
Yeah, I don't know what
they're trying to create Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Artificial Stockholm syndrome.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm familiar with Stockholm syndrome. I guess I just don't understand how every friend I had for decades even suddenly all became perps in my life, and they convinced all of them of something really horrible about me, and yet they all know what it is, but none of them will tell me what it is. It's a big secret that only I don't get to know.
Well, they might say you're under investigation.
That's called a smear campaign.
Yeah.
Okay, Redding, I just want to say.
They get paid. But let me say, Joseph, you sound a little bit frantic, and I don't blame you. And what you're saying is absolutely real, and you're only a year in it. And, something as little as reporting these cell towers and, looking into fires and that kind of thing, that's all it takes these days. I mean, they're out of control. They just throw people in the bucket for all kinds of things. And that's probably what it is. All I can say to you is to protect yourself, protect your brain. You need your brain. You're young. Your brain and try to sort of just investigate if you can. I mean, I have a camera in my car. They back off, when I'm driving, and they see the camera. They try to do the bright lighting, and they shoot from the car. You talk about, Frank, no lasers in Massachusetts. There's lasers in Massachusetts. I have two other people that are targeted. Oh, my goodness. Okay. If you're a targeted individual, there's lasers.
Massachusetts people don't contact me. Everybody from all over the world and the rest of the United States contacts me. So get together in Massachusetts. You have your own human rights organization right in Massachusetts, and you have me right in Massachusetts. So let's get Massachusetts together.
Right, I understand. But it's infested, and it's covert, so it's hard to detect. But I have it on film. But when it's a matter of presenting it. Who wants to look at that? It's it's a tough thing. But now with this Havana syndrome, God, amen, if you will, it's out there. They say that, first CIA turned their back on that and try to avoid that, there's really no connection with, those microwave lasers and the injuries. But now they realize,
Kimberly, I would like to speak with Redding, California. I just wanted to say to you that it is not so much your friends that have changed. You have changed, visibly, okay? Because you have two people on your back, and they are giving off bad energy. You may not believe any of this. That's fine. But they are giving off...
Who are you talking about?
The perps?
No. I have two people that are TIs that also have evidence of all these lasers as well.
I'm talking to Redding, man. I'm talking to Redding, California. I'm talking to Redding, California. I'm trying to tell him that it is not so much that his friends have changed, he has changed. Because he's in the middle of a big bout with paranoia. Please don't interrupt me. I don't like that. That's the only thing I don't like. But that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Okay. I agree with him as far as your friends. They're not your friends anymore. But what's hurting your head are these invisible lasers. And so the big thing for you, Joseph, is to protect your head. And there are ways to do that. I mean, I just bought, it's called ECO foil. And it's a 3-layered foil. And they use it in these high-tech companies to protect their devices. And it's hard to get through. And I hate it, but it's a way of life right now. And I put it, when I sleep, I put it over my head and my organs because I've been hit so hard that they gave me an aneurysm. And it's because I know something that they don't want me to know, and I've brought it to the officials. And since then, I've been lasered constantly.
Newark, you have a noise problem? We'll try unmuting.
I'm not sure who has the noise.
Hi, I can see him. Okay, Newark, you sound good.
I guess at the end of the day, it's about protection and evidence. So definitely the shielding is number one. And number two is to try to collect evidence.
What do you use for shielding, ma'am?
The shielding, which I find is very effective, is this EcoFoil, and you can go on their site, and it comes in a heavy-duty roll. And again, they use it in these high-tech companies to protect their IT devices, so that anybody trying to get in, they can't get in over the foil, and it's effective. And so, and the reason I know that is because I don't feel the pain when I'm lying there the way I used to. Because when it hits you, you can feel it. And moreover, I hear the pings coming on the foil, ping, 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 all night long until they just can't get in. And you can have a sound sleep, and it doesn't suffocate you. Did we lose Joseph?
No, I'm here. I'm just processing. I'm trying to figure out, because I have a TI friend that she says she gets microwaved a lot, and she told me for months that I had been electronically hit, and I was just like, no, I was drugged or something. And she, after processing this whole Havana thing, and last week, and how it seems so applicable to me, I was like, okay, but she and a lot of other people say they get hit, but their brains still seem to work. They're employed and they drive all the time, and they get attacked all the time, but they're functional. Whatever was done to me, it was. I mean, they might as well have hit me with a sledgehammer, because the damage. It happened one time and it's never gone away since. I don't know if I've received more radiation or not since then, but it cooked me, and it's just like the concussion that never goes away. And I've been talking to some treatment centers around the country who are nice enough to talk to me, and they say, there are a small percentage of head injuries and brain injuries that even if they're a closed skull injury where there wasn't a fracture, the damage stays, and they put them through all this intensive therapy trying to make them work again. And I'm sitting here going, okay, I'm literally handicapped now. I can't even go out in the sun because of what it's done to my skin and eyes. Something has been done to the receptors in my brain, and that's consistent with Havana. But I'm just like, okay, I could probably shield myself now, probably a good idea. But I'm thinking, what do I do now that I'm kind of a half invalid, and there's nobody who I could walk in any doctor's office and they think I'm nuts if I told them about this stuff. And
well, it sounds like it probably went on for too long and you didn't know it, because in the beginning I certainly didn't know it. and it wasn't for a while, you don't know what's happening. And they can rev it up. They can put it up. They can put it down. They can put it up. They can, they monitor how high they want to go. But after the injury, when they, after a while when they're doing it, you can actually feel the pain. And I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the emergency room, and first of all, it was from my eyes. There was a pain in my eyeball. I couldn't understand. I thought I had something in my eye. And they said, this is much greater than that. And something was eating away at my pigment. And it was from everything they were doing in my eyes. And it was or from what they were doing with my brain. And then after that, I couldn't take the pain in my head. And sure enough, I had an MRI done, and they said, you have an aneurysm. And I thought, you gotta be kidding me. And so you're right. How do you turn that around? Like I said, how do you get rid of an aneurysm? And they said, well, you don't. And I've been taking, I don't know if you have a Whole Foods. I've been taking it's for broken cell walls, and it's a chlorella tablet. And it's a super green superfood, and that's helped.
If you could stand it, I was studying herbology pretty heavy before all of this, and another thing for blood vessel weaknesses and circulatory issues, if you can stand it, incredibly hot peppers like cayenne are wonderful for that too.
Yeah.
So that's a good for strengthening blood vessels. Me, I don't know. We have a local health food store that's been here forever, and there's a nutritionist down there, and I called her. I have not been to the store since this started because I get stalked everywhere, and I've kind of just it seems this whole town is ready for me wherever I show up to do stalking. It's crazy. They literally, I would never have believed this before. They prepare the way where I mean my way is hedged up if I try to get into a store to eat or even to get a haircut. They pull some crazy stuff, and no matter where I go, they seem to. I mean, that's another topic of neuromonitoring or whatever, but they definitely know where I'm going and where I'm going to.
Oh, they know all your appointments. Absolutely, your phone, your computer, all your appointments.
It's crazy, but I talked to this lady down there. I can go off on so many topics now since I've learned about all this. But I talked to her and I said, "Is there anything, for healing a brain injury?" Basically, I didn't identify it, and she said, "Well, I've been through a number of concussions," and she rattled off a bunch of things that she had taken for hers, and she's I don't know what she went through, but she's working full time, and she said the worst thing of all of it that she went through was that she just went through complete apathy. She just suddenly did not want to work or do anything. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's me. I mean, I've always been somebody, once I was out the door, I needed to stay. And now I just lay here, and it's like, and it's not just like laziness. It's a complete reworking or injuring of whatever goes on in the brain, because that is not my personality at all. And she said the same thing. She said that's not me either, but it's crazy what they can do to you in this program, including making you not able to have any desire to run your life if they want to. And so that's been my experience, and combined with intensive.
It's coming to an end. I mean, it's getting heightened here with this Havana syndrome, and I think because of all this evidence coming forward, it's gotta come to an end. I mean, I think it's on its way out. It's gotta heighten before it gets there. I just feel like it's the good against evil, and consider yourself chosen.
Can I mention something? I don't know if you people know about this, but this whole gang stalking thing, it's a Nazi program that started in Germany called Zerzersang. I could spell it for you. It's ZERSETZUNG. And if you go on Wikipedia and you pull down all the drop-down menus, You can read all about it, and it's all the skank stalking stuff. So this is nothing new. This is something that started in Nazi Germany in the 1940s. You could go on Wikipedia right now and look it up.
It's true.
It's changed names. All it does is change names, but the crime remains the same. The technology improves, but the crime remains the same. And it all started in Nazi Germany under Zertsetsong.
Yes, we did a sketch on that 4 years ago, I think. We did a whole segment on that.
Yeah, that's where this whole thing originated from. They found a way to bring the concentration camp to us. So, like back in the day when they were killing all the Jews, they had to bring the people to the camp. They found a way to bring the camp to us. They don't have to bring us to prison. They found a way to bring the prison to us. We're prisoners in our own lives and in our own homes and in our own bodies.
Yeah, that's how I feel now. I never would have dreamed anything like this could come down the path at me. I had no clue. I was completely unaware that I was being surveilled and stalked for years before this. I can see it now, but I just thought, well, the world's kind of a bad place and people do weird things, and I didn't realize the pattern. And I never thought I'd be.
I have one thing to say: don't give them too much credit. Okay, if you give them too much credit, they'll take it and run with it. So try and give them as little credit as you can.
Yes. I agree with that, Frank. Don't give them that much power, that much credit.
Right. Don't let them rent space.
I mean, have a look at these perps that are following you. I mean, have a look at them. The ages range from what 5 to 90, and a lot of them are like, you've got to be kidding me. They're bartering because of their addiction, or they're getting paid, and it's just, these people they drum up are just scoundrels. It's and you're better than that.
But my psychological struggle right now, I guess, is I understand those kind of people, but when I've got whole churches full of people turned against me, and they're doing the same things the nasty perps do, and these are not nasty people. They're very upright, conservative, God-fearing people, but they absolutely.
Is this a Catholic church?
No, not at all. It's various Christian denominations I'm affiliated with.
Okay. Yeah.
I would more because I have some Catholic background, and I also know kind of the dark side, and I don't want to offend anybody, but I would not be shocked if it came from the Catholic Church. But if coming from I mean that's. Yeah, I won't even get into that topic, but there's, I could believe that very easy. But coming from Protestant, Christian denominations and people that have been my what I thought was my brothers and sisters for even decades, and suddenly they have been convinced to perp me at times too, and they do things. I mean, red-handed lies. They'll do little vindictive or disparaging things, and it's very subtle. And that's probably the craziest part of this, is I'm thinking, what bill of goods were they sold on me that they all, and none of this happened until the hospital incident, the psych ward. When I came out of there, everybody had just taken on this. I mean, and it's not just my perception. They're doing this stuff, and I catch them red-handed doing it. And I'm thinking, this is so confusing. Why? What on earth have I been accused of and smeared of, and how did it get communicated so well?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Desperate people do desperate things, and they are getting paid. And moreover, they must have been told something terrible about you.
Even so, though, I would think, what if they were told I was a mass murderer or a drug dealer or something, which of course isn't true.
They should have had your back.
Even if it was that, why would they not give me the prodigal son treatment as Christians instead of doing things that are not biblical? Well, I can't find them in the Bible anyway. I don't know. And these guys, they're very schooled in the Word. Oh.
They do the God complex. They have the God complex. And on some targets, they will say that they are God.
Right.
And they will pursue you as God. So a lot of people under those circumstances have checked themselves into the state hospital on their own. So that's what happens.
Well,
They're not crazy.
We're
just
talking
wearing
about.
They're wearing your hat because they need it for corporate. They need it for other
Can you hear me?
reasons. They're not true Christians.
Yes.
They're going to get it triple fold, by the way, Joseph. At the end of the day.
I think.
Don't worry about that.
Who's trying to get in? Deborah? Was that you trying to get in? We have St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm in St. Louis. I wanted to kind of harken back to something that was mentioned about, things that are good to heal the brain. And there are proven nutrients that you can get quality sources of if you make sure that you are getting a quality supplement that will help your brain to be restored. And some of them you've probably heard of. You've heard of omega-3 fatty acids, of course. But B-complex vitamins are another important thing for the nervous system to help the nervous system heal itself. And also there are certain herbs such as an herb called Hooperzine A. It's very, very nutritious for the brain. There's one called vinpocetine. It's very good. There's also an amino acid called phosphatidylserine. Very, very good for your brain. And there's others too. And in fact, just incorporating amino acids into your supplementation can make a big difference. So I thought I'd throw that in there.
Great, St.
Thank
Louis.
you for that.
Yes, don't forget magnesium. That's the most brain-friendly thing out there.
Oh yeah, magnesium also, for sure.
Yeah, some of those I've heard of, and some are new to me. So that's good stuff. I appreciate it.
Hello, St. Louis. This is St. Louis.
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Hello. I don't know where you're at in St. Louis, but I'm in South St. Louis.
I'm in South City. Yeah, near Jameson.
What? I'm near Jameson.
Well, so am I. I'm in the area called Lindenwood Park neighborhood.
Yeah.
Sure, nice place to live. Unfortunately,
except the perk that lives downstairs for me.
Well, I was just going to say no real refuge, but
No. How long have you been
Hello,
targeted?
St. Louis.
Hi, Ann.
Hi. So we got 3 St. Louis people here. I just had to
jump
in. How you been?
I'm okay. Hanging in there.
Yes. What's the gentleman's name from St. Louis?
I haven't given out my name. I haven't given out my name yet.
Oh, okay.
Ann. I'm sorry. Yep. Ann.
Constance.
Oh. Ann.
Hi, Constance.
Hi. Ann, I'm going to give you my number. I don't even care. Is there any way you can get it on?
Let me try to get something to record with or text. Go ahead. We'll get it. I can get it from somebody that's got yours.
Oh my God! I need to talk to you.
I know. I need to talk to you guys too. Okay.
Okay. What do you want me to do? You want me to say it? Ann.
Actually, I might still have yours somewhere.
Can you look for it? It's the same number.
Yeah, I probably still have it. And if I don't have it in my stuff, then what I'll do is I'll contact somebody that knows you out of Arizona, and they can give it to me that way. All right?
Thank you. I want to talk to you so bad.
Okay.
God bless, baby.
Yeah, we got this, guys.
Okay, I'm going to mute. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds like a new group forming in St. Louis. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we got 3 of us here. There's other people here in St. Louis, too. I know they are.
I tell you what.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I've been hearing Ann and Deb talk for a long time on the calls, and it really makes me feel good to know that there's some homegrown people here. I'll just call myself Lindenwood Park for the moment.
I think that's perfect.
Okay. Thanks.
I
wish somebody just talk. I'm just going to go ahead and mute now. But I just wanted to mention those supplements because they're relatively inexpensive, and I think they can make a big difference.
Thank you. Frank, you were right. I was trying to get on, and I accidentally pulled my headphones out, so I was sort of halfway on the call and halfway not. But I was wanting to address what that young man was talking about being stuck in a church or in churches, and I just want to say that unfortunately, not everybody in the body of Christ is a Christian. As a matter of fact, perps have infiltrated Christian churches in order to cause dissension.
Mm-hmm.
People are so deceived.
Mm-hmm.
They go to churches just to go to their church. Some of these
the devil
people
hangs out in the church.
Excuse me.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people are just ordinary people, but the majority of them are in their homes and they're shut-ins. Some of them are paraplegic, some of them are quadriplegic, and they need something to do. And this is the honest to God's truth.
Makes them feel important, Frank.
It's habit forming.
It makes them
stop.
feel important.
Makes them feel important. And number two, they have a grudge against society. And they need a way to get back at society. This happens to be the perfect way.
Yes.
What?
You're right, Frank.
What is the young man's name who was talking about that?
Okay, can I throw a thing in really quick? It is called Reborn Mind Control.
What?
Yes. If you
Please
go
continue.
to... Okay, huh?
Please continue.
Okay. Reborn Mind Control is a mind control that has been orchestrated by churches for the last 50 years or even longer. I'm going to have to mute really quick, but I just kind of want to give you a website that if you can access it on your computer, it is called educateyourself.org. They have a complete document of Reborn Mind Control concerning churches. It goes all the way back to the pastors. It goes to the songs. I got an echo going, so I'm going to make this really quick. But it is called, and what you need to look up in Reborn Mind Control and educateyourself.org is just that, Reborn Mind Control. Okay?
Thanks, Constance.
You are so welcome, my love.
Thank you for that. I'll comment on that if I could. That's a good site. It's been around for a while. I've read a lot of things off of there, and I tend to trust it. It's been pretty well verified. Just a comment on my experience, because I know. Yeah, there can definitely be perps in churches and everywhere else. My experience is that, and this is what I mean. There's no wrapping my mind around this, but a lot of it is people I've known and trusted for, I mean, some of them for decades, since I was baptized a couple decades ago. And there has been, all walks of life, professionals, whatever, they're very conservative family people. And what is going on with me is universal. There's not, I mean, I've combed through them as they've come to visit me, and there's not one of them that doesn't show the signs of the little gang stalking behaviors. Sometimes it's very subtle, but they have a way of letting me know. And it's extended so far that my own blood sisters will not even look me in the eye now if they're up visiting at my mother's house or something. This has never been an issue in my life. I don't know of any bad relationships with any of these people, and they are literally 100% now have all been converted against me, and I do not. Most of them won't even look me in the eye unless they have to. They won't even come out and say, "Hey, we think you're a scumbag because you did X or Y or Z." I don't know what the issue is, but somehow this mass communication took place when they forced me into that psych ward, and I came out of it, and everybody was like this, and there was all this antagonism and hostility towards me. It's sort of veiled. They don't come out and rail against me, but they just do snotty, nasty, avoidant, sarcastic, insulting things to me. And then if I say, "Why did you do that?" "Oh, I didn't do that." It's just a complete lying game.
Yeah,
and
they gaslight you.
No, those are their best advocates. Those are their they get paid the most, and they're the ones they want, the ones closest to you, and it's terrible. It's really terrible.
I think that they are mind controlled as well.
Yes,
I've heard that, and I mean, is it possible they could mind control? I mean, there's, like I said, there's not even one that is like saying, "You know what? I don't think we should treat this person like this." They are pretty much all brainwashed. They all became professional psychologists when I was in the hospital, and I came out, and suddenly they were all diagnosing me as a paranoid schizophrenic, and most of them don't even know what the term means. But it's like they were all given the script to read to try to convince me that I was delusional. Anytime I was stupid enough in the beginning to try to tell them what was happening to me with gang stalking, and they were like, "None of that is happening. It's all in your head. You need to get on some psych pills." And I'm like, "You're telling me?" I mean, I'm showing them evidence in my hands of things that had been vandalized and messed up at my house. And, "Oh no, that didn't happen. You're nuts. You need help with your head."
Well, possibly some relief for you will come if you stop trying to convince them, and just you found the community, and we know it's happening. We've experienced it.
Sure, I know, and that's good that
it's so hurtful that your family is responding that way.
Okay, this is like the first. I'm sorry, Frank. I'm going to go after you. I'm sorry, Frank.
Okay. I just wanted to add that Havana syndrome is a terrible thing for the people that it's happening to, but it's the best thing that ever happened to us because we'll be able to help them and they'll be able to help us. So they're targets. They know it. Everyone knows it. And they're leaving out a lot of things when they say their symptoms because they are told what to say.
Yes. And that is so true. Thank you so much, Frank. I missed you. And it is true that your family is going to be a big part of the orchestration concerning our targeting. But what the most important thing for all of us to realize, and we all do, most of us do, most of us haven't gotten to that point, but we are reaching that point. We have accepted that this is happening. In the beginning is the confusion stage, where we think that our family needs to know. Most of our family members that are not a part of it are under mind control, that the ones that are a part of it are being paid and under mind control to have some form of hate, to call us crazy, which we're not. But once you get in my own opinion, is to decide what it is you want for your own life. And your own life could be that you want something good for you. It's not your fault that this is happening to you. It's not your fault that you were put on a watch list. Everybody walks around and talks and thinks that they did something wrong to concern this, to make this happen to us. But if you look at them and you look at us and you kind of go back to the demonicity of it and you say, oh my God, did I say something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did I act wrong? Did I treat somebody wrong? If we stop blaming ourselves and start looking at it for what it is, then we will understand it a lot more. We didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Stop blaming ourselves and start looking at it and accepting that this is happening. We are a blessed group of people because we know
hold on
what's
to God.
going on. And we can
hold on to God.
Yes. We can extend our love, our affection, our compassion, our consideration, and our respect to the other people that haven't gotten to the point where we're at. And this
I don't
point,
accept that. I don't accept
and
what
it's
you're
okay
doing.
for you to disagree.
No,
I
don't
am
disagree.
a like-minded
I agree
thinker.
I agree with the
and
light. I agree with, every moment is we're exactly where we're supposed to be, and the eyes of the Lord.
no, I don't agree with that. It is not where we're supposed to be.
Oh, it's our journey, and we signed up somewhere along the way. But the bottom line is just hold on to God, and He's the Almighty. But yet be proactive.
But then what do we do about the people that don't believe in God? They need something to hold on to as
we pray
well.
for them. And
Kimberly, agree to disagree.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think she's a wonderful
Exactly.
human being talking that way.
Yes.
But I want everybody to protect themselves and know that there's a higher being looking over them. And if they don't believe that, then we pray for them. And
okay, and
they're
this is
chosen
true.
for this journey. For this journey.
And it is so true that we believe in a higher being. But God doesn't only give us the spirit of faith. God does not only give us a spirit that we're not scared. He gives us a spirit of fight.
Yes.
And once you lose the fight within yourself, then you are at the point where you are giving up.
Yes.
God is going to be there. But He is going to be there. Okay, remember this story. I'm going to throw this in real quick, and then I'm going to mute. What was it with the giant? Oh, God, come on.
David.
Joshua.
Yes, he took the stone, this one stone, and he killed this big giant.
Yes, he did.
He believed in God, but he didn't back up. He was not scared. God doesn't give us a spirit of fear. But there's people that don't believe in God, but they believe in a higher spirit, and those people have to be respected as well.
Absolutely, I agree.
Them. But he took this stone and he killed this big giant. It took a lot out of him to do this, but he did it with the grace of God.
He did it in God's strength, Constance. He did it in God's strength. And God tells us in His Word that nothing touches us unless it goes through His permissive will. And I know that's hard to swallow.
Hello?
Yes, go on. It's David and Goliath. It only takes one person.
But you know what's important? This is a community. Frank's been on these calls, oh my God, so long. He has helped me and my daughter so many times, honey, and I'm grateful for that support But the community is going somewhere in a zone, and there's a lot of strong people in this.
Yes.
And there's a lot
I'm
of
very
people that are.
gracious for this community.
Me too. And there's a lot of people that are doing a lot of things. We are here in Arizona. Ann was on the phone. They're doing things there. There's other groups that are doing things everywhere else. And it is such a beautiful, oh my God, such a beautiful thing to be in a tunnel. And you see the light at the end, whichever God you're serving, whichever higher power you're serving. Everybody should be respected and loved and cherished and adored, appreciated, as well as heard. I'm going to mute now.
I feel like we just need to protect ourselves until that time comes. You know, and it's coming. And
I didn't hear you.
That we need to protect ourselves until, until we're relieved of all of this. And it's coming. And just to protect and embrace each other and pray for each other and until, this is, it's got to end. This has got to end. When is the question? When is this going to end? Our own government. It's outrageous. Our own government. Who do you believe? Who protects you? Right?
We protect us with the strength of whatever higher power we are affiliated with. This is a situation we are in. I have done so much research, and I truthfully cannot figure it out. Only thing I know is that we are a group, which way we decide to go. And any time that we give up hope, we have to keep hope alive.
Yes.
And hope
What's your
is
name?
a hard thing to keep alive. Trust and believe. There's days when I'm like, OMG, just take me away, Calgon.
Did you say your name off, right?
Huh?
What is your name?
Constance.
Constance. So great to hear you tonight. So great.
It is such a beautiful, at the end of a day, you look at everything that's happened and you say, thank you for helping me to get through another day. We have to take in our spirit, my own opinion, just make it through the day. Because if we can make it through the day, we don't look at tomorrow. Tomorrow may be a worse day than today. But if we can make it through today, make it through 24 hours, and instead of thinking about everything that is happening to us, talking about everything that is happening to us, sit it on the back burner. Because we have to take into knowledge within our own self and our own mind that not only are we going through the torture, but everybody else is too. And they're going through it in such a horrific way. We can't reach out. We can't expand ourselves. We can't get on a bus or a plane or a train to go help these people. But we can be there for them in spirit. And right now, I think spirit is our only force of protecting the rest of the community.
Friday, right in California? It sounds like you're building a house.
I just went out.
We are having a meeting on a conference call once a year.
I'm going to mute, but I just want to say one thing. When I'm having a rough day and I just say I can't do it anymore, I look at the clock. And it's always 11:11, 7:11, 9:11.
Write it down.
These ones show up. The veil is getting thinner, and they keep showing. I'm a Christian woman, so they keep showing up like it's very prominent when something big happens, and it's constant with me, and I know it's saying, "Hang in there." The Lord said, "Just hang in there. I got this. Just do the work. Do the work." And
do the work.
Do the work
That's
means,
what I'm talking about. Do the work, baby.
Do the work.
Just
protect
keep your
yourself.
faith.
And alert everybody. Let everybody know what's going on. And I feel like, I was just, a single parent, bringing up kids, running a business, and in a suburban town, and very, Christian. It was, what the heck's going on? Like, why was I chosen to go into this bucket? And it wasn't that I was chosen. It was that they chose my destiny, my energy, to use for their trafficking and all this stuff. And as soon as it came to sight and I reported it, I was thrown into a bucket to traffic and hurt. And I knew too much. And so,
what did you do about it?
I've done everything about it.
Stop.
And that's the thing. I mean, who's on our side here? Who have done everything about it?
Nobody is really on our side.
I've sent letters.
We all have.
When I finally just went to the FBI in Boston and the FDA and all that, and said, "Listen, I have all this proof," and I laid it out. They went, "Oh, she feels too much," and they freaked out. And that's when I got the
how did that make you feel? I mean, truthfully, you look at everything you did, the letters, the FBI, to this, to that. How did you feel at the end of that?
Defeated. I felt like, I'm defeated.
Stop.
Like, the world is not a safe place.
No, baby.
And yet I was...
This isn't their world.
This is Earth, and, but it's God's
not
Earth.
Their world, baby.
But it's not... It's become corrupt. And it's not a safe place.
You have woke up. You have woke up to reality.
And I did wake up, because I was a Pollyanna that believed in everybody, and I saw the silver lining in everybody, and I loved everybody, and that's just how I roll.
God gives you wisdom.
And
he gives you what they call a disarming spirit.
Yeah.
He doesn't want you to love everybody.
He don't catch your pearls among
He
swine.
wants you to love the people that he is directing you to.
Yes.
Those are the ones you look at.
He said,
you have to pray for God to give you a disarming spirit. Okay, let me just put this out there. I have a daughter. Alexandra is 23. She has probably been targeted since I was pregnant with her. When the mask mandate came in, my daughter, I made masks. I brought masks. I got shields. Alex threw them on the floor. You know why? She knew what time it was. She knew what time it was. She knew more than me. You have to look at people that know more than you. I look at my daughter with her disarming spirit to tell me the right way to go. Sometimes it takes a shepherd. It takes a spiritual person that knows more than you to help you through something so horrific, so terrible, that you yourself cannot figure it out. So you look at that person and you gain knowledge. God gives you knowledge, wisdom, intelligence. He does not give you the spirit of fear at all. Because
Please continue. Ah, she must have got knocked off. She'll be right back. In the meantime, do we have anybody else that would like to speak? The mic is out there. Just grab it. Okay, in the active area, we have Nancy, Akron, Ohio, Jade, and Milva, and Anonymous. We have 51 people. Unfortunately, the number came down around 10 within the last half hour, but that's all right. It'll go back up again. We have plenty of people that would love to talk, share their experiences, share their disappointments. Share a countermeasure.
This is Heather. I am from Akron, Ohio. I guess one of the disappointments that I have is that when I realize what has happened to me and the time that they took away from me, it's very frustrating to me. And I know I can't ever get back that time because they used a game of deception against me. And now, you know, the veil has been lifted and I can see what has happened, and that's disappointing. But yet, after all the things that I have to go through, even the insanity, even when I first got on the conference call tonight, you know, of just my frustration, and after I get through that, you know, I come back to God, and that pulls me through. And I do think about people that have been in Auschwitz, and I think about, you know, people that are suffering. And then I think about what's happening today and that people don't have the courage to stand up for anything. And when people do stand up for courage, like, and they stand up for what's right, this is what is happening to us in our country. And that's what I believe that they may be trying to do. And that's basically it. It's just a disappointment, and then the deception, finding out the deception, and then just figuring out how am I going to make a life now with what I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, knowing that the minute that I open that door, the game begins. And I'm the target. And depending on how I play that game today, you know, it could be a bad day or a good day, but that's it. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. Oh, I have got to reboot, and I will be back within 3 or 4 minutes. I have to clean the memory out. While I'm at it, I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Is it open mic right now? Anybody out there?
We're out here.
All right. Earlier on the call, I heard a lot of people mentioning the Havana syndrome, and Sean Hannity on Fox News tonight mentioned 2 times 200 people that have acknowledged that they have hard symptoms of Havana syndrome, and they quickly changed the subject. You didn't hear anything after that. They didn't talk about it, but they mentioned that there are 200 people out there who have acknowledged it. Tonight, that happened tonight.
I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah. I barely caught it. I said, wow, that was interesting and quick. They were very fast to not talk about it.
Don't you guys think that's a clue for getting people together who are getting hit with directed energy weapons to, as a group, approach that news media or Sean Hannity or somebody under Sean Hannity? Because it seems like the media is going to be one of the best ways to go, and it's kind of a door partially opening.
Right. That's the way I felt.
But I guess I don't even know where they're located. Washington, D.C. You'd have to get a group of TIs or a group of letters or, 3 people representing 30 people or something like that to get them to talk about it too.
Right.
What I'm trying to find is credibility, because now that I suddenly realize that I have the same syndrome, I mean, symptom for symptom, it's all of it, and I just, I didn't realize for a year that this is very likely what brought me down and damaged my brain and body. And these guys, at least some of these guys that got hit by it, it's terrible that they did, but I guess at least the government is starting to acknowledge that they were definitely hit by an energy weapon. And I have, because I'm not some ambassador to some foreign embassy, I just look like a nut, in my little town here, and everybody thinks I'm just like I flipped out, or who knows what they've spread about me. I've even heard rumors that they, people hinting that I got on drugs or something. They're framing me for all kinds of things, and It's horrible because that's not me at all. And there's not a practitioner I can go to that I know of that would verify this for me. There is one chiropractor that a chiropractor and very good with holistic treatments too, herbal wise, that would have probably believed in this because she's open-minded enough to know that things are going on in the world, and however, even she has been turned against me, and I don't know. It's just universal, so that's frustrating because that's the people that I could talk to about this kind of stuff. I can't even approach now, and as far as finding a doctor that would even legitimize this for me, I'm completely clueless. So
if you could, talk to one of the people or get some more information from Fox News or anything to, be able to talk to one of them who's experiencing it. I just think the media is the way to go. It's not doctors. I mean, you can get some places with doctors, but in my experience, over 90% of people are not open-minded at all.
No.
That's my experience.
They're
They don't
not.
ask questions. They believe good liars, and that's about it. So that's why I would try to pursue that Sean Hannity or in some way.
Yeah, it would be cool to do that, and especially in numbers. Since this whole concept is new to me, I've been calling any place. I even heard that some of these guys were getting treated at the University of Pennsylvania for some of these brain injuries, and I've tried to, and it's very difficult to reach them. And there is that one guy. He's on the internet quite a few places, and the CIA guy named Mark Polymeropoulos, if I said that right, and he's got videos up of what he's gone through and his fight to he had to retire early because he was so debilitated, and I reportedly he quit driving too. He looks like a healthy guy, but he's had the headaches for 3 years, and he says when are they going to make this headache go away for me? So he's seeking treatment, and I found on one.
What else symptoms do you get?
It's across the board. It's mostly. I call myself retarded now because I can't. I sound the same mostly, but but it's physiologically, I'm incoordinated. My spatial skills are off. My problem-solving skills are off. I'm somebody who has rebuilt houses and cars all my life, and now it's completely intimidating to change my oil or my spark plugs, and even to write a check out. My signature is not the same. It's hard to write. I've lost my vision has become blurry and dim. It's also becoming extremely sensitive to sunlight, and a lot of these Havana guys are going through that. My skin cannot take our hot sun here in Reading. I've been here all my life, and it's not been a problem for me. Suddenly, if I go out in any sunlight, it feels like there's a torch on my skin.
Right.
I did lose. I mentioned this earlier. I did lose my my smell and taste completely went away for a while. They partially come back. I've lost the upper ranges on my hearing, which has not come back. I'm uncoordinated and dizzy, and I tell people it's like my head is stuffed full of cotton or something. There's pressure in there, and I'm dizzy. It's like my head is just not on straight, and my I can't think of the word, but my balance is just off. And
equilibrium.
Equilibrium. Thank you. I used to be so photographic with words, but
right.
I have black floaters in my vision now. I feel like there's bugs flying around the room. I'm seeing these black things, but they're really floaters in my eyes, and they distract me and kind of catch me off guard. And it goes on and on. I'm just absolutely. I've become very, very sensitive to noises, which the gang stalkers love to take advantage of. They go on noise campaigns all the time with me. But it's just across the board, this whole syndrome of symptoms, and not to mention being cooped up in a house for a year. I'm as stiff as a board and sore, and I can't move anymore. And I used to be pretty, I used to ride my bike every night, and here I am now. Just if I try to get on my bike, I feel like I'm intoxicated. I weave all over the place. This is just it really is like someone socked me in the head with a baseball bat or something. And I've been sitting here just going mad for a year in my house, going what did they I was literally like what did they drug me with, or what chemical did they use to eat my brain? And now I firmly believe, because all of this squares up perfectly with the Havana thing. I didn't want to believe I had been energy weaponed, but I'm sure I was, and maybe still am. But I guess my problem is some people go through this energy stuff and they'll get hit and then they recover, and they get hit and they recover. And with me, it was just whatever it did is lasting damage. It's not changing, and I feel like I'm getting more senile every day, and I'm kind of scared because it's just me.
I've got.
What's that?
Get out of your house. I'm just saying, get out of your house. You're a sitting duck in your house. They bother me mostly in the house. I get out, and it's a lot better. When I get home, I feel better. But that's where they target me, is in the house. It's just easy to target you there. You're just sitting back. Let me say something real quick, because I'm not going to be on long. I did hear this just this morning. It was on a talk show this morning on the radio. I heard it on something called Armstrong and Getty. It's two guys out of, I believe, Pennsylvania, and they said, remember the Havana syndrome? Well, it happened again, and they talked about it happening again somewhere. I don't know where it was, but you might check that out. And let's see, they're saying that their discussion was this, that it's a side effect of the theory is that it's a side effect that someone is trying to get information from the embassy people, and they're saying they probably would rather it not be a side effect, but it is. So that's a theory on the on the research. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Let's see. That's all I had, I think. Oh, another thing. You mentioned taste and smell. I think that's a symptom of the COVID. They say I don't trust much of any news about COVID these days, but they say that a lot of people who have had COVID lose their sense of smell and taste for a while, and they eat carrots or something like that to get it back. But it's technology, and there's a lot of mystery about that COVID anyway, and the vaccine. So I don't know what's happening with all of that. But just listening to you, I just had those three things to mention. God bless you, and get out for a while. Walk if you can't ride your bike. Just walk. I can't. I won't say I can't, but since I used to walk this neighborhood every day, and without a second thought of what anybody thought about me. And since this started, it's real obvious that my neighbors have all shunned me, and I've heard some really creepy things being passed around. And the way I get gang stalked, either driving my car or walking, it's very, very, very uncomfortable to even walk now because of dodging cars and the things people do. And I know I'm supposed to have to get over that, but they've made me a completely different person. I used to like my bike better.
You said that, and I've been listening on and off, and there's something that Lonnie just said that you didn't hear. That is, if you are sitting and you're allowing them to hit you, then you will be hit. That's the equation. The equation is you've got to stop thinking about why and what and start protecting yourself and get strong inside. They're probably going to say, well, let's see if he can fix this damage with herbs, right? Because they already can sense by observing you that you're not going to fight back. So they're expecting you to go to your usual supplements and whatever is tried and true from your past. But what I'm not hearing, and we've been listening to you for a couple of weeks, I have a lot of compassion and I have a lot of understanding of what you're saying. But what I'm not hearing is that you're ready to defend yourself, and that's what it is. You're sitting duck because you're not defending yourself yet, and you're not getting into the core of your heart. Courageous comes from core, which is the heart. You have to get the heart of a warrior now. And you can find that in the Bible, lots of places that will support it. You're not going to survive, and this is a harsh way to say it, right? But you're not going to survive if you don't defend yourself. That's what they're hoping.
I thought that was sad. You know what I mean?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
All right, I'll turn up my volume. I forgot to turn up my volume. So if there's any part of that that you didn't hear, I'll repeat it.
No, I heard it. I think I heard all of it. It's just, I mean, I don't want to sound like a spineless jellyfish, but they absolutely gutted me out, especially after a year of not sleeping at all. I can barely fight to even get up and walk around my house. There's just nothing left in me.
We understand. We've been through that. We have. So let me say it again. Whatever it is, whatever it takes for you to get the heart of a lion inside of you, and find scripture or whatever you need to do, because if you can't, deal with, your friends, your neighbors, whatever, what was in the past, you have to find it within yourself and with God. Otherwise, they're going to just keep pounding on you. That's what they do. That's just coming from a bunch of people who have been through this for a lot of years, and they have a certain pattern and a certain protocol that they follow. And that's one of the things, and I'm trying to make it really simple and very, very direct.
All of that is true, but here's the thing. If he had, or if any of you have had that disease that's been going around that we're not supposed to mention, first of all, we've all been locked up for a year or more, some of us, right, because we're high risk. But secondly, if you had that disease, there are a certain percentage of the population that for whatever reason it is triggering chronic fatigue syndrome. And there are a lot of studies out there. You can go look that up, because it actually sounds to me like you're experiencing chronic fatigue. And that you might get further with a medical professional with that angle to address the chronic fatigue part of it than you're going to get with, maybe the directed energy weapon angle. Just to get some help. But I mean, they can check for that, and they do know that about COVID now. They know the long haul COVID people. Anyway, the long haulers are experiencing chronic fatigue, and in a lot of people, it's triggering chronic fatigue. So you might check into that.
Okay. I guess the whole disclosure here is that I was disabled with chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia before any of this started. So I was starting with kind of a stacked deck. And what I had done, I had developed a routine for myself through the years. I worked as much as I could without trying to murder my body, but I had a routine of extreme health food, all the good organic raw stuff. I had just the right exercise routine, not too much, but it kept me limber and loose. And I was actually honestly, I was better in my 50s than my 30s. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to heal from this thing. And I'm just going to turn it up more. As soon as I can quit work for a while, I'm going to turn it up more, and I'm going to really get better. And I was feeling good. Normally, this time of the evening, I would take my bike out by the river trail, and I would have energy to cruise it around even in the evening. And so I was at that point, but, my body was still vulnerable, but I was getting better, and so they whacked me. And so, I still have all the Epstein Barr counts in my body, and, I've fought that chronic fatigue and fibro for years, and I was getting reasonable success with it until they beat me down. And that's the starting point I had. So I've got all that underlying a year's worth of no sleep and all the brain damage from the Havana garbage or whatever they did to me. So I'm not trying to sound like a wimp, because I've been somebody who will fight with every piece of energy in me my whole life. And they have they've really clobbered me, and I just, I was kind of struck when that lady at the health food store said, you know what? She goes, when I had my brain injury, she goes, apathy was the worst thing, and it was so hard to fight because it's something that happens in your brain, and it's not a character thing, and it's never been a character thing with me. So
Right,
I don't.
and that's the thing. So think about
My
this,
battery's
though.
dead.
If you knew a friend that was going through what you are currently experiencing, and that friend knew it to be true, like you both knew it was true, and a friend was telling you what they were experiencing, what would you tell that friend? I would be understanding with that friend, right? I wouldn't beat that friend up or blame them or make them rescue themselves, which is essentially sometimes what I feel like we're being asked to do, rescue ourselves. How can we, right? We can't. And, I think you're being too hard on yourself, and that perhaps you should maybe try being a little more gentle and not beating yourself up, because I think you're doing a really great job. I really do. I mean, you tried all the things, and we've all gone through major trauma this past year and a half, and that is being overlooked so much right now. We've all experienced a major trauma. So we're going to experience brain fog, and we're going to experience some cognitive issues because of the giant trauma we have all experienced as a planet, really. I mean, if you think about it, how do you expect people to just bounce back, especially undergoing what we are undergoing and experiencing, right? This is difficult for normal people that have happy lives. It's so much more hard for us because of what's happening, right? So don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing a great job. You did not wake up this morning and say, I'm going to do less than my best. You woke up this morning and you said, I'm going to do the best I can. And you know what? That's all any of us can do. Just do the best you can. And if that means all you can do is just feed yourself that day or take your vitamins, then do that. But just make every day a non-zero day where you do one thing that future you is going to thank past you for. Does that make sense?
Get out of the house. And get out of the house. I can tell you this for sure. You're saying it sounds like what's bothering you right now the most and keeping you in is what other people think. You don't have to worry about what other people think. Your self-esteem does not depend on other people. That does come from within. For me, it comes from God because I know what the Lord Jesus did for me, and for everybody who wants Him. But you can forget what really matters in terms of what peer approval is something we have to get over at some time in our lives and realize that our worth is something much deeper than what other people think of us. So,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. And you had a good,
good
life met.
Really, maybe it's because I've been fighting for a long time. I've been healing for a long time. And I don't see anybody else coming to help us. We have to save ourselves. I still believe that. I don't see anybody coming to rescue us from any institution, government, personal, medical, any of those. Okay? We are the ones who keep ourselves alive with God and His timing for our lives. But nobody else is coming to help. So that's how I see it.
I agree. And there's something, too, that we can only do so much with our shielding, with our, whatever we do, taking vitamins, whatever it is we do to protect ourselves and get through this. But we can't do it all. So because I make mistakes, I'm a human being, I do everything I can, and then I turn it over to God. Because we have to lean on Him. You can't depend on the police to come along, 911 to come along. You just can't depend on that.
No,
there's
nobody. We've heard everybody try every letter writing, phone calling, whatever. But see, here's the thing. I know that if I don't shield, that's what they're going to hit me. I have to get up and get this thing and put it on and whatever, I got to keep doing that. For me to get through a day and be functional means I have to continue to defend myself. I'll wait.
Somebody, Frank said they're building a house, I think.
Somebody's got their mic open and shuffling around.
Let's close now.
Oh. Okay. So, if you didn't hear what I said, then ask me, because I don't like to repeat. But, no, I don't see anybody else helping us. And you can take care of yourself. You can be gentle and compassionate with your injuries. But you can't sit and wait for this to, blow over in the news and it's going to all get fixed. Because look at what they're saying about it. They assigned somebody to investigate the Havana syndrome. Oh, that's good. Well, the first thing that's good is that it showed up in the news. Okay, good. All right. They're talking about it. But who did they put in charge? Somebody from the CIA. So they got somebody to cover up the cover-up, which was covered up for 50 years. Like, do we need another cover-up? No. Do we need somebody in charge of cover-up? No. We need an independent agency to say, let's look at this from another angle, because the CIA is not going to tell the truth about it. That's for sure.
That's true.
Okay, who's building the boat?
Hi, if I may say something to a gentleman that's speaking, that new gentleman. What's your name? What's your name, gentleman?
My name is Frank Allen.
No, not you, Frank. The person that's on the call.
That's Redding, California.
Oh, Redding. Okay. All right. Are you still on the call?
I'm here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay, good. You know what? I'm thinking about what you're saying, and you know what? You know what the most important thing is, really? Do something about how you're feeling, in your head, your mood. And you studied herbs, right? So what herbs would help you to boost your mood so you feel good? Because if you feel good, the stuff going on outside won't bother you as much.
Right. They and not a cop out by any means, but I fought depression through a lot of my life on and off. I don't know why. It was just always there, and it's always been a barricade I've had to fight. And I have not had a whole lot of luck herbally, and certainly not with medicines. I've tried those too, but I found that just keeping that routine that I had, and it was all those things that I did, whether it was having productive work, whether it was exercise, it was all the organic foods, all that as a system worked together. And I used to get sleep too, which helped. And right now there is absolutely nothing herbally or medicinal wise that will make me sleep. They have done something to my system, and that's consistent with the Havana syndrome people too. They can't sleep, and I don't know if they permanently just fry the neurons in your brain that make you sleep. I'm just throwing words out because I don't know, but I can tell you that with this hammering I've gotten, they go through horrible depression too. And I was treatment resistant before this, so at this point I am absolutely a believer in herbs, and I'm a believer in doing anything you can do. But I can tell you that nothing works for me now. They have just fried me apart, and there's a level of depression that I can't even put words on now. It's the blackest thing in the world, and I can't fight it. It's like they chemically just torqued my brain, and I don't. So nothing makes me feel better right now.
So what would it be like if you didn't feel like this? What would how would you be thinking and or feeling if you weren't saying all this about they did all this to me and I'm not able to do what I used to do? They fried me. What would it be like the opposite of that right now?
Well, I guess I would be my old self and live like I lived.
Yeah. So there's something. Have you ever heard of Byron Katie?
Can you say that again?
Her name is Byron, Byron, Katie, Katie, and she does something called the work. She calls it the work, and this dialogue. You could do it yourself. You could do it on paper yourself. You ask yourself a certain amount of questions, and you answer the questions you ask yourself, and it's supposed to turn everything around for you. Now, it doesn't matter you're getting targeted. It has nothing to do with it. It's really not part of the equation because you're working on yourself. Forget about the targeting. You have to forget about the targeting sometimes. Okay, so you're by yourself. You're in a safe place. You're sitting down. You have paper in front of you, and you're doing something called the work, which I want you to go on YouTube and look up Byron Katie, or just Google or DuckDuckGo Byron Katie, and you'll see what she talks about. And you watch her on YouTube, how she does the work. And she asks people questions, and they turn it around to do a 360 with it, and they feel better afterwards. And I have a feeling they may help you because you're saying nothing else is helping you. And sometimes these people that she has worked with, that nothing has ever helped them either, and this helps them. So that's why I think it may be something you could look into, at least. Byron Katie. She's very she's been around for 25 years. She's very successful. She's very well known in the self-help movement. Very well known. Even psychologists use her work. Licensed psychologists use her work. All kinds of professionals use her work. She's very, very well proven that it works.
Okay.
Very, very good. Yeah, she used to be bedridden. She couldn't get out of bed. She was overweight. She was depressed. She couldn't get out of it. She was dying. And all of a sudden, she came up with this thing called the work. God gave it to her somehow. And she expanded on it, and she started doing small groups, and it grew, big. And she wrote books, and she's very famous now after 25 years. Very, very good. Her books are really good. I've read her books. Stuff really helps. It's very good. It's very useful. You may want to try that because you haven't tried that yet. Why don't you try things you haven't tried yet? You see, get yourself out of your funk because you got to. Not because you want to or anything like that, but in order for you to survive, you have to. That's the only way you're going to survive. Truly speaking. You wanted to start getting into exercise again and eating right and everything. You got to do something to get you out of all of this again, so you can do all of that again and get back to yourself again. Because the targeting is the targeting, and you're you. You got to detach yourself from the targeting. You can do it. You can. I've been targeted since 2004. That's a long time that I know about, and I was targeted before that. I didn't know it. But I found out in 2004. It's a long time, and I've gone through a lot of shit, excuse my French, and here I am now, and I'm strong. I'm stronger than ever. Now, how is that? How come I'm stronger than ever? Because I had to be. I have to be. If I want to live, I have to be very strong, like Supergirl, Superwoman. That's the only way to do this. There's no other way. Whatever you have to do to get there, you do it. Try the Work by Byron Katie.
Excellent advice. And the less time you spend on targeting in your brain, the healthier you're going to be. Don't focus on it and put your interest someplace else. Put your focus someplace else. Find a hobby. Find something to do to occupy your time. But do something. Always have music playing in the background. Always try to get out as much as you can, especially if you're being targeted. If you can move yourself from where it's at, it might help you. But don't focus on it because it'll ruin your life worse than you think you have it now. You've got to, like the young lady said, you've got to detach yourself. I've been in it for over 25 years. So, and I'm older. I'm elderly, I would be called, So consequently, in order for us to live like she is living and I am living, we look at it totally differently than you do right now. And you've got to change your idea of how you're looking at life and how you want to live. Because if you don't, it will engulf you. And then you're lost.
Right.
So you've got to...
Amy, and thanks, Luda, for stating it in a different way, that you really do have to live your life. You've got to stand for yourself. Because they're not going to do it for you.
That's right.
One more thing I was just going to say. Many people, I've been listening for about 10 years here, and it's been going on with me for about 20. But what I've heard a lot of people say, and it seems to be true for many, is that they come at you in the beginning, and you've only been targeted about a year, did you say?
At this level, yeah. The hints were there beforehand. I didn't even catch them, but as far as taking a blow out of my life like this, it's been about a year since they forced me in the hospital and all that stuff.
Well, what I was thinking is this: what I've been hearing from people is that they come at you in the beginning with kind of a shock and awe situation, and you either find some kind of shielding that helps you, or your attitude, can change toward it. At first it's like, how dare they do that to me? And you can go from there. Don't do anything bad that's going to get you in trouble. But after people get over that, there seems to be it doesn't go away, I can tell you that. But there seems to be a lessening, not necessarily of the technology or whatever's going on, but there's strength that comes from it, and it's after just a little while. But they come at you so fast that it hits you so hard that after a year or so, or a little bit later, then I think you can depend on gathering some kind of stamina, strength, or a lessening sometime. And they work in shifts, always for me. Some people come in with a certain way of using the technology, and others come in with a different way of using it. So you just learn to adapt in certain ways, and that's all I had.
Right, and also because they're so repetitive, they become pretty predictable. So you know that there's going to be this kind of a day, then you got to get those kind of things ready, or it becomes like a routine for them. So it's a routine on you, on your schedule. But I think you're right about that, because they first traumatize you, because they want to get all of those readings off of your brain, your heart, your emotions. Then they try to repeat that. Then you get kind of used to it.
Yeah, it works that way.
Yeah, I see a lot of redundancy, and I'm heavily gang stalked, and it's the same, different versions of the same circus everywhere I go. My whole, everything I drive or walk, it's an obstacle course, and it becomes my job to avoid crashing into everything and anything, because the obstacles get thrown at me like some video game. It's crazy, but that part is what it is. Try my best to avoid accidents and everything, but and that's actually seems to be increasing. I've tried to ignore it. People have told me to ignore it. Well, they're turning it up. They're making it harder and harder. But it's not as bad as this. And I don't know, because I'm not around any TIs. I seem to be kind of just floating here. I don't know of any in this town or this county or whatever. But I seem to be selected. But I don't know how many.
There's a guy in Reading. I've heard him on another call, and he's been around for maybe calling in for about a year.
Really?
Yeah, he's on Derek's call. He calls in for Derek.
Yeah, Dutch is in bed.
Dutch.
When is that call?
It's on a Saturday night, every Saturday.
No. Maybe I'll try to listen in because I don't. Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear if there's from someone else here because I haven't run into anybody. But
By the way, I'm north of you in Washington State, and I can tell you this: I do better. Now I know others don't, because there are people who will disagree with me. But I do better in kind of cloudy days, overcast days, or I love the sunshine. But it makes it easier for them to apparently use the technology around here. But when you go out, you find a nice big. You can find shade trees everywhere. I know you can because it's a beautiful area you live in. But try to get out and stop. If you're riding your bicycle, stop under a shade tree. And it temporarily, not completely, but it does temporarily kind of stymie what's going on, whatever they're doing at the time. And
that used to be my routine. Ride my bike and find those shady places and everything. The bikes are sitting there. They come in and whoever is in charge of it, they come in and stick needles in my tires all the time and flatten them. In the garage. So it's kind of like it's kind of sick trying to keep up with that. But I was saying it earlier. I'm not on. It's like riding my bike is foreign to me now. It really is like I was in some big car wreck or something. And I know I sound like I'm overstating it, but I'm trying not to. And I'm just trying to come up with I understand the attitude stuff and trying to do stuff, but it absolutely has. Other than sitting here blabbing, it has absolutely trashed my mind for doing tasks.
It'll change your life. And if you let God give you the guts that you say you've been made, they've completely gutted you. If you let God give you the guts, you'll become a new and better person.
Oh yeah, I guess I get that spiritually. I'm trying to address. I'm trying to address the physical reality of a brain injury here, and that's the part that it does make you. It scares me. It does make me a different person, and I'm trying to buck that. But I feel like with all the research I've done, I have to accept that that's a reality too. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It is a reality.
Yeah, but a lot of these symptoms are not permanent. If you block them, if you mitigate the frequencies, you attenuate the frequencies with certain materials, you might find those abilities coming back. That's full circle for what I was saying before. You've got to shield, because you might find that those abilities come back when you block their signals.
Okay.
That's a fact. So a lot of these injuries are not meant to be permanent. They're meant to scare you and throw you off balance for as long as you'll let them. If you block it, you might get some of that back. And you've got to get that back, or else they will become permanent. But you've got to block the signals. You've got to do that.
That's where shielding comes in, definitely.
Exactly.
So it sounds like I need to sleep in a Faraday cage or something. The shielding thing is new to me. I know I've heard people talk about it. I don't know what people really do to make that happen.
We
I don't
went
know
over that with you before. You just have to do it.
Well, we have conference calls every night of the week. Keep coming back to each and every call, and you'll learn all about the shielding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
You can go in your kitchen or your attic or somewhere and find serving trays made out of brass or silver plated, like an old turkey tray. Start with that. Cookie sheets, cardboard, wood, water, bricks, and any arrangement of those to protect you. Handheld and big ones too. Start building a little space that you can get to when you feel like, they're turning up the heat. You can do that. Maybe your garage, your basement, you've got materials. You probably have old appliances sitting there. Old appliances, when they're not plugged in, are excellent shielding. Like old televisions, PC and monitors. You can stack those. They will shield you.
That's interesting. I'm not sure, because I've heard people talk about this. Oh, I'm getting hit with this or I'm getting hit with that, and I know people that get burned. I don't ever feel anything. It's like it was a one-shot deal with me, and it's been the same ever since. I don't ever feel, wherever I walk or drive or whatever house I'm in or go to someone else's house, it never feels any different to me. It doesn't feel like there's any time where I'm getting necessarily any hit per se. I'm just so I don't know if that differs from what other people go through, but I hear a lot of people. I mean, I've seen pictures of people that wake up and they're literally burned, and I have a TI friend that says she gets cooked every night, and I believe her. I don't know exactly how that works or what it means, but I understand what she's talking about, and there's never been anything of feeling any different or getting hit with frequencies. It was just whatever happened in the beginning. It was just like a one-shot destruction, I guess. So I don't know. I'm mystified by all of it. There's a lot of things that happen to me that even the various forms of gang stalking I go through, which is not my major issue right now, but they do stuff to me that that people have not even heard of. It's like they really are making a fun little game of me, but none of that matters as much as not being able to get my function back. That's the scary part. And anyway, yeah. So I don't know if I'm shielding against something they're not using on me right now, or I have no idea.
Listen, I have a phone number for you. I have someone in Reading for you. I have his phone number. You want to take it down? You want to write his phone number down?
Absolutely. Let me get a pen here.
Okay. His name is Dutch, Dutch, and he's a nice man. He's been targeted for a long time. Very compassionate man. I think you'll get along very well with him.
Okay.
And he gives his phone number out freely, so he'll welcome your call. No problems. It's
okay. That's cool.
530. 338.
338.
Yeah, 2030.
2030. Okay.
You want to repeat?
338-2030.
No, the whole number.
Yeah, that's. Okay. Yeah. I left the area code off because it's mine, but 530-338-2030. Okay.
That's right. You got that. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's really cool. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. It helps a lot to talk to people who are getting targeted on the phone. Helps a lot to have steady people, regular people who you can call. They call you, you call them. It's very, very good. It's one of the best things. It's one of the best shieldings, actually. It's top 3.
Well, that's amazing.
It's amazing. The power of people, right? People power. It's not
because
isolation's bad. Don't ask like that.
It is, and I can be by myself enough of the time, but suddenly feeling, cut off from they've taken everybody from me. You know, they whatever people have chosen to believe about me since that hospital incident, it literally is everybody. My neighbors around here have just shunned me. Actually, literally, a lot of them they took out and replaced with other ones that just watch me. They're kind of like babysitters in these houses now. It's ridiculous. I did have one really, well, I thought he was a really good neighbor. We were just, you know, always talking and, you know, visiting and helping each other. And yeah, it was really weird. After this whole incident started, he just won't even wave at me. It's just pathetic. So yeah, they're good at isolating, and you know, I'm told by TIs don't even get a pet because they'll torture my pet. So I'm avoiding that right now too.
Well, don't give them so much credit. Just like what Sue said before, and others have said, don't give the credit to them. I mean, don't make them into a, you know, don't reify them. Don't make them above. Don't make them like God, because they're not. It's just these low lives using technology. That's what it is. These low life criminals with severe head problems, severe psychopathies. You know, just criminal doing these things. That's what it is. So you wouldn't be friends with a criminal in regular life, would you? You wouldn't associate with a criminal, right? You would stay with people like yourself, right? Hang out with people like yourself. So you don't want to associate with that, you know. So if it's hitting you with weapons, you want to ignore it as best as you can. You want to take care of you in the moment and give yourself tenderness and love in the moment, and forget about that you just got hit by a weapon, that you can't see it, you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know who sent it, you don't know all about it today. You got to go in the moment and take care of you. Put your arms around yourself, so to speak, or literally, and say, I'm really sorry, honey, to yourself. I'm really sorry, my dear, or however you want to speak to yourself gently. I'm sorry this is happening. This is not my will for you. I want you to feel good and to have a good life, just like you used to. I want you to go back to your studies. All the things you used to turn you on, I want you to go back to that again. I'm really sorry. Put your hand on that area where they hit you, or wherever, and do this to yourself. Don't let them do that to you. They have no right to do that to you or to me or anyone else. Don't take it from them. And that's the way of fighting back, because you're going into you in the moment. You're not letting them assault you and traumatize you again. Don't let them do that to you.
Hello, everybody. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi. I got a question. It's about a person I'm concerned about that I have known from time to time, and I had haven't heard from them for a while. I used to work with them, and I just called her, and she lives very close to me, and she just got some strange health problems that I'm thinking there's a good possibility she might be getting some of the Savannah syndrome stuff. I don't know, like, for instance, she was basically in good health, working at a store, you know, going up and down, you know, these, you know, portable stairs and down stocking, and she's a little older than me. I'm thinking probably 60s. And also she used to have these classes at night by me for free that she would have, like, all these natural health speakers come in and talk about, you know, how, you know, like, there are people be going out get natural herbs, and other ones doing massage therapies, and anyone that knew certain nutrients that could help you, and they come in and they'd speak for an hour, right?
Trent, what are you trying to get at? Because you seem to be
I guess I'm trying to build up a idea or give you a composite of what her background is like. Because what's happening to her is it started out like she said she would, reach in to grab something like off the shelf, and then her arm would get like her muscle would get kind of strange in her forearm, and it kind of started that way. Well, now she's got something called sclerosis, which there's really no like definite. It's just symptoms, and then they just tell you that you have this,
Excuse me, sclerosis or multiple sclerosis?
She didn't say multiple sclerosis. She said it was like sclerosis. Now, maybe it was, but that's all she gave me for a term. And I looked it up, and it is such a term. But what it does is it kind of, I don't know how you explain it. Like her hand, though, she says her hands, like the fingers are bent in, her wrist is in. Like she can't walk very good. I mean, I mentioned about bringing some milk from the farm over to her, and she says, I love some. I'd like to put it in a metal flask, right? And then she says, but I can't even pick one up. She says, I'd have to get probably like a plastic container with the handle.
Brent, you're getting all over the place. You cannot stay on track. You have to use key words, I guess, because you're getting off base. And you're going from one thing to another, but it's not relative to the first comment.
Okay, what was the first comment? Get me back on track here. What do you think in what I just said is the first comment?
Your friend sounds like she definitely has multiple sclerosis. Frank's right.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right.
And they drop things a lot, and their muscles are weakened, and it's hard for them to walk and do anything physical. So sounds very much like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's the case, I mean...
Lulu, you want to get married?
I'll tell you, Frank, it could be the case, and there are a lot of clinics that treat that now, and there's very good medication to prolong that. I know people that have had that for 25 years, but you have to be under some kind of treatment.
But do you think, how fast can something like this come on?
Very quickly, and Annette Funicello had that, for instance, and died of it. But it takes a long course, and the ultimate is a wheelchair, and eventually you can't move any part of your body. Nothing works.
The way to explain it is this. Picture a wire with the insulation frayed like every quarter of an inch. There's a piece of the insulation missing. Well, that's what happens to the nerves that have a natural covering. This natural insulative covering is decimated by something. I don't know.
The myelin sheet, that's called.
Excuse me? I'm sorry.
The myelin sheet, Frank, is what that's called, and you're very correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. That's like you're right. And what you're saying is it's short-circuiting.
So why are you calling about her, or what does this have in relation to you? We're trying to figure it all out, Frank and I. Probably everyone.
Well, do you think it's possible that this, because I started out with the Havana syndrome, if you know what I'm saying, do you think it's possible that this direct pulse microwave energy could be simulating that maybe it really isn't, but simulating that she might be having this?
It can work both ways. She could have it, or she could not have it. This kind of targeting, there's a million kinds of targeting, many levels, many facets. Some of this stuff does do that to the body. It does have you react in those ways.
Because
work with a doctor and find out about multiple sclerosis can easily be detected today.
Yeah, well, this they can't easily detect, and it's like they did tests, a lot of tests.
There's an electrical test today.
Okay, I could ask her.
Yeah, ask her about if they waved a device over her arms and the inside of her arms, and then the front of her legs and the back of her legs.
Right.
Because, see, these are the parts of the body that move the most. So these are where these nerves are going to fray the most. And this device picks up stray current from, it's like your aura is got a short in it, and it picks it up. I can't explain it.
Yeah, I suppose. I know it's hard to...
It's an electromagnetic device that actually picks it up.
Well, you know, I mean, I couldn't say stress couldn't have caused it, too, because she's involved with, there's a major company. They're trying to build a golf course, and they want to encroach in some state park land. And they've been fighting the company so that they can't build this golf course because they think it's going to ruin the environment where they're doing it right now. And they've actually taken this up to the state court, you know, the Supreme Court, and the judge has stopped it. But the fight is still going on. And I'm not sure, and I said to my friend, if because she's involved with this, that they might be like, you know what I'm getting at? That's why I'm a little concerned. And then I guess I'd have to find, well, the thing is, sometimes you'd like to approach her and say, because you're only blocks away from me and I'm getting this, you know, there might be this little chance that you might be also getting this. You know what I mean? And I don't know how, or should I? You know what I'm saying? You know, that's what
I think that multiple sclerosis and its symptoms, they are not unique, but I don't believe they emulate targeting.
Okay.
That's my opinion, though. Okay?
All right.
Just my opinion.
Right. So, right, what you're saying is right. It isn't. You never heard any cases that went to that extremity to anyone that you know of.
Okay, we have Anonymous saying MS is reversible. I have never heard of it, but somebody is saying it for a reason.
Well, I think it is too, because I think
selenium, they're saying. This could be Sue, I'm not sure. But they're saying that MS is reversible. Now, what's that short actor that played in Back to the Future? Everybody knows who he is.
Michael Fox.
Doesn't he have that?
He had Parkinson's.
He had Parkinson's.
Parkinson's? I'm sorry. I lost my brother to Parkinson's. I should have known.
Well, it was worth a shot. So, I hope I didn't confuse you guys. I didn't mean to get off on tangents. I was just trying to.
That's all right.
Story.
You always do, but you bring up a lot of good stuff.
Thanks.
One thing with MS is that over time, it becomes more and more difficult to walk. You see people with one cane or two crutches or real weird situations that help them walk because their gait and stride and everything gets all out of whack because their musculature gets totally affected. So if she has trouble walking, she could be in more of a more advanced stage, more or less. at the earliest days, so she really could be, if she had it, she could be diagnosed with it.
Yeah, I
Targeting
think she
can
does
do that too. That's something that happens with targeting sometimes.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, my feeling on the whole thing is that somehow, if your body gets out of balance, or you don't have like the right nutrients or something, it can't repair itself. Like, it'd be nice if the MS would say you got this certain disease or something, and it's caught in autoimmune, and this is the exact what's causing it, but they don't really know the true cause of it. But I think it has a lot to do with inflammation and, maybe toxins and maybe not getting enough certain ingredients. Well, obviously your myelin sheet is made up of something, and maybe
copper is one thing that's good to restore the myelin sheet, but you have to be careful because it does blight. So you have to be under a professional supervision on that. The copper is one of the things that's used.
Oh, really?
And the other thing is, if you allow it and live a natural, normal, healthy life, your body does have the ability to cure itself of a lot of things.
Yeah. I often sometimes wonder if collagen and stuff like that would be important too. Like if maybe you're not getting enough of it.
It's very hard to get collagen into your body. There's a lot of products that they contain it, but to have your body absorb it and use it, more collagen in your body is not easy.
No.
How do you facilitate absorption? Because I was looking into that myself.
It's very difficult too. Very, very difficult. A lot of products are just scams.
Huh.
I mean, I try to make bone broth. I'll cook it like 3 days for bones.
Yeah, that's what they use.
That's a good one there, right there.
Yeah.
There's a doctor I know that this guy, he fell off a roof, really damaged his back, and he started making this bone ready, but he said until he made it for the third day, and I noticed that too, the third day the bones break down like butter. The second day they get soft, but they don't get real soft, and it's the third day if they start decomposing and breaking down. And he said he had maybe he had to do it for a year or two, and I guess he got a lot of it back from the broth. And I often question if that would help, like, her condition, too. I just don't know enough about it right now, but part of me in my heart wants to say it probably would help. But, the absorption is what scares me, like what you say about absorbing it. But that helped him with his back, so he must have absorbed it, So, I don't know.
Right.
That's
are there some support, maybe Luda knows this, are there some support ingredients that would help absorption of, say you get a collagen product in a powder form or capsule? Maybe there's like vitamin C or something, right? To help
So that's the
down?
big thing, and I think I don't have much good computer access, but you with the internet, I think if you research that, you could really find that, and you'd have to go to a natural website, and the top 10 of them that they would direct you to wouldn't be natural. So look for, Mercola or one of the good ones. And I think you can find something. If you can take the that would facilitate absorption, then it's possible. I don't think just taking a collagen product is going to do it. I really don't believe it.
Well, no, not just that alone. Right.
Right.
But Sue, I think you could, or I think your name's Frank. You could do the research and find out what could facilitate that. I would do it if I could help you, but I can't with a computer.
Okay.
So
no, I heard vitamin C, but I can do a little more research on that. Yeah.
That's what to do.
If you need something, I thought if you had some off the top of your head.
I know that it can help a lot because the one thing that has happened to my body over all this time is my joints. They love to remove the tissue between the skin and the bones. So if they do that around the joints and where collagen is useful, you can really see the difference. Like when I pick up the skin on my top of my hand above my fingers and take a pinch of it, there's no tissue there. There's just skin and skin. The tissue and all has been removed by this program and the people working these weapons. And that's done purposefully so that when they hit you harder. It's like my skull has been reduced to the size of much a child, so that there's very little, nothing between the skin and my skull and my brain. So
it causes your skin to thin, and then you have less protection against the frequency.
That's right, and they do that purposefully all night long. Whenever they knock you out is when they work on you. All the better, all the worse. It's the easiest for them when you're knocked out. When you're up and working and moving, and I'm always moving and going here, going there, I don't sit still too long, and then it's harder. But when you're at night at rest, the whole world's sleeping, you can't carry on as though you do during the day. That's when they get their best licks in on you.
I swear it's like every night around 2 o'clock and around 4 o'clock, I suddenly wake up, and I said, it feels like, to me, like sunlight or an ultraviolet light, for like you put on you with the red light and you put on you to heal something or whatever. That's what it feels like. It's like it's hitting my arms and my legs. But I would say with more intensity than any light I've ever used. And then all of a sudden it's like your fingers and your thumb feel like real tight, like they're hard to move. And then you can move them, and then it seems better. But mostly after that I'm okay. You know what I mean? It's just, but like suddenly when you wake up, you get these. I don't know if anybody has any symptoms similar to that.
Well, I can tell you very quickly, I had very normal hands for my size, and I was much taller than I am today. My stature has been affected. But I can tell you that within days, not even months or years, it can make your fingers very slim, and take out all the tissue, and all you have is skin over bones. Like a skin.
Do you get those similar feelings though, like with this heat feeling and tightness?
Yeah, you could.
I mean, even when it started.
Yes, sure.
Huh. I'll keep that in my mind.
But I suggest, and I've told everybody, once a month, let's say the first of every month, take a picture of your face and take a measurement of your skull with a tape measure that's flexible, not a ruler. And you will see, I think, over time, I wished I would have done it right from the start, because I figure I've lost about 2 inches on the circumference of my head. I went from an extra large hat, which I always wore, to a size small, flops over my eyeballs. That's how much circumference I've lost on my skull. So everybody should be measuring these things, because you could really see a difference over time, what's being done to your body. Even your arms between your elbows and your wrists, mine have been shortened. You can really measure that, and you can, keep a log, inaccessible to them, of course, and see how your body's changing. Because if you're in a real deep program, maybe in latter stages, very unusual things are done to your body.
So then if that's the case, even like your clothes, like if you've got a long sleeve shirt.
That's right. You're exactly right. I know what you're going to say. My cuffs go down over my fingers now.
Wow.
They used to be at my wrists. I stand straight and my cuffs are over my fingers.
Jeez. Well, it's stuff, who knows what that can do to you. Nobody knows right now.
do different things to different people too. So
yeah,
just for yourself and for your own nation, I think it'd be very interesting.
Melissa Flatt has a video with Dr. Horton that she describes the same thing. And actually, she gave the rotor off, and she has x-rays about that also.
Which is interesting.
I hear a lot of static in the background.
Shaved all my eyelashes off, and they do that regularly, times a month.
Somebody got something running? Because I hear a lot of static right now. Better. Anybody there?
Oh yeah, we're here. It's Doug's got to clean up his act. He's got something running in the background, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, no big deal. Doug, when you come back.
Okay. I want to thank you for everything. It's getting late for me where I am, so I think I just have to let you guys go. That was very interesting.
If you can wait 15 minutes, it's Wednesday night, not Friday, so I think we're going to cut this off right at 1 a.m.
Oh. Oh, you're in California?
No, I'm in Massachusetts.
Oh, yeah, Massachusetts.
Yeah, if I was in California, I'd be 3 hours earlier.
Oh, yeah. So I got almost midnight right now. By me.
Yeah. 12:46. So you're what? Central time then?
Yeah, 11. Yeah, 11:46. Anybody there? Everybody's so quiet all of a sudden.
Everybody is, Wednesday is like the middle of the week. And everybody's sort of like heading down towards Friday night and the weekend.
Yeah, I know.
Lay back and relax, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anonymous, I believe you when you say that it's all curable. I believe that because Neil down in Florida has used Rife technology, and the FDA is really down on Rife technology because if Rife technology was used properly, it would end the FDA, and that's fact. Rife has been shown to reverse just about every disease there is.
And they can do it in a group setting with hundreds of people.
That's right. They can.
Yeah, I know my friend just bought some kind of a light thing that he uses. He has a little skin cancer, and it turns red when he turns it. It's like all these LEDs. And he had me try it. It's a mild kind of a heat sensation, but he says it's supposed to like do wonders, for healing and things.
Be careful what frequency it is, because in Rife, if you just Google Royal, R-O-Y-A-L, just like King, Royal,
right.
He's the inventor. He is no longer alive, but I believe, in fact, I know that his family is carried on. Rife machines are available. They are for sale.
And it's too bad they're so expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. He should scale them down and get his product out there and sell volume instead of by retail.
I guarantee you something would happen to him. They wouldn't want that.
Nancy in the chat, correct. Right on the money. Every disease and every cure has a frequency. They can activate, They can activate a virus that's been dead for 1,000 years with the proper frequency. No drag.
Well,
Yeah,
there was a whole rash of scientists and naturopaths that suddenly, disappeared or died, because they were doing some research that they didn't want to get out. People found cures for cancer, they got disappeared or they got sick. And a lot of naturalists.
It was like over 100, Sue, right?
Yeah, 127. That was just the scientists. As far as the health practitioners, I don't know what the number of those. They kind of like slip by in the news, right? You don't really hear. And I think that's why some of us are targeted too, because a lot of us are, naturalists, healers, holistic practitioners. We were that way before, or that we were treating our own discomfort with natural ways, right? Natural remedies. And they don't want us to learn that. They don't want us to be successful at it.
Well, the big thing is they don't want you to live the way you want to live. They want to control how you live every inch of the day.
Yeah,
we just lived through huge floods yesterday. I mean, it was flash flood. Nobody within a 10-mile radius had it, but just the town that I happen to live in. And the city, I mean, they were up to their hips in water. And this happened within like 4 hours. This was such a directed hit on weather control. It was incredible.
Yeah. Well, they're doing things all over the globe. I mean, China, it's major floods there. Canada is on fire. And the smoke is polluting the skies all the way across North America. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of fire and unusual heat. Like, whoever heard of 120 degrees up in Canada? Like, Fahrenheit. That's like...
They certainly are destroying this world, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Hi, Luda, and hi, Sue.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is Shama. I haven't talked on the calls for a long time.
Here for a while.
I hear you guys sometimes, but yeah, I just wanted to say hi. I miss you guys. I miss talking to you guys.
Sometimes it does a lot of good to just listen, and we know a lot of people are there that don't talk. I'm glad to hear your voice. How are you doing?
Okay. We have the same birthday. Did you have a good birthday?
Yes, it was an incredible day.
Yeah, it gave me relief for whatever weird reason.
I know. We drove 172 miles and got to a restaurant, and they said they were closed. And I don't know, I never would have said this, but I blurted out, "My God, we drove so far, and you're telling me I can't have my birthday dinner here?" And they said, "Come on in." So we started eating and had big meals and everything else. We got to go to pay, and he said, "Somebody's already paid for your dinner. You don't owe us anything." So then we ordered dessert to take home, and somebody else paid for that. So I never did that in my life. Had I not mentioned my birthday, I don't think anybody would have ever known. But it was so comical. So needless to say, I wrote a beautiful note and sent them some money. Pardon?
The CIA paid for your birthday as a payback.
No, it was amazing. It never happens like that. Nothing ever happened to me like that.
Yeah, I know. It was weird. My birthday, too. They gave me a little relief, and they don't do that. So...
Yeah, you think on your birthday at least, or Christmas, that you'd get some peace.
No, they kind of clobber me usually on my birthday, but I don't know, this year has been weird. I don't know what's the deal, but I'm telling more and more people are believing me, so I find that when I'm with people that I believe they're kind of holding back some things. They're still being sneaky, and of course nobody knows I'm being hit or the weird psychological stuff I'm doing when I'm around them, but just the really overt, like, clobbering of, like, I don't know, they're just kind of holding back when I'm with people. But are there any lawsuits going on, or is now that this Havana syndrome stuff is coming out, or is anybody organizing anything? Like, I don't know, it just seems like a good time to at least bring that.
I honestly believe, like some, that because of the Havana syndrome being covered so widely now in the news everywhere, that they're ramping up things beyond belief and control, especially the microwave burning, because I think somebody really understands that their days could be numbered when this gets totally exposed. It may take many years, but it's going in the right direction.
But did you see the most recent news that the person that's going to head up the investigation is the person that was heading the hunt for Osama bin Laden? And
Yeah, I heard that.
I kind of feel like anybody that was that high up in any kind of military kind of hunt like that knows about this. So they're going to find a way to divert. I don't know.
Yeah,
who knows what their
aren't
overall...
having place in it, are they, Shama? They're just talking about the diplomats, and we have the same stuff going on, so we're totally ignored.
Right.
But what if
No,
I just feel like this would be a good...
I heard that, Shama, and I agree with you that they're going to put. I mean, I'm hoping differently, but so it doesn't look like that because they put somebody who's used to covert ops and cover-ups, and they put him in charge of it.
So, I mean, is this part of some kind of other plan that eventually leads them to implicating another foreign power for things like this, and then another excuse to go after? But there's no way that this stuff is coming through into this country, and you think that don't have the technology to pick up. I mean, they're doing it. Is that even? Do you guys? I really don't know. But how could they be hit? I'm having an echo.
Yeah, there's an echo.
They surely already have the capabilities to detect if these types of frequencies are coming through into this, you know.
Yeah, of
Don't
course
you think? I mean, they know.
Yeah, of course they do. Because they've got intelligence warfare going on all the time between each other and in other countries. In industrial espionage, they're constantly monitoring signals.
What is that?
Interference. It's interference and diversion.
Murder in Illinois is the new true crime podcast that attempts to answer the question, who really killed the Vaughn family?
Don't know what that is.
They don't know where it's coming from and all. What's the matter with meters? I mean, we're unprofessional nobodies, and we know what meters can tell you.
I got them.
Good. It was probably that guy that keeps calling my house.
This claims to be Damon Jones, but it's not. It says Mandy. Mandy wouldn't do that. Mandy Sokoloff?
They can use anybody's name, as you know, Frank, to implicate somebody else, even though it's them.
Oh, if we really wanted to get strict, we could check everyone at the door, you know. But you know, it's just not. It's not worth it. Sometimes the people that come in and do that are funny, and they sort of add a little humor. But other times they're not so funny. Derek used to have a perp that used to come on his call, and he was the raunchiest guy. He came in over all of the audio, and he said some things that sound like just like perps, put it that way. Came on Ella's call once. Hey, it's 1 a.m., folks. Hold on a second. This is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, signing off at 1 a.m.